Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 7th Annual Science and Engineering Fair of Houston Conference. Well, it's been quite a year, of course, with COVID, but we are all overcomers, and we are ecstatic to have you participate with us in a virtual world as we continue to invest in our students and their STEM inspirations as they try to be as successful as they can in persevering the challenges that are set before them. So I would like to introduce my right-hand person, and that is Dr. Lionel Rondon. Lionel Rondon, could you please say a few words? Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We are very excited to have you, and we are very excited to share what 2021 is going to look like. It's gonna be a wild ride, and I just want to remind everyone, as much as this is new for you guys, this is very new for Heather and myself, and so be patient with us as we traverse through these uncharted waters. But again, we are very excited to have you all, and I am very excited to kick off the new season. So welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rondon. I appreciate that. So as we move forward, we're going to go ahead and start the process now, and I will like to share my screen with you at this time. And so this will be an overview regarding what ISEF will be conducting for this virtual year of 2020-2021. And before we get started, I would like to be able to thank our board of directors for Science for ISEF. I'd like to thank you as the teachers, the parents, and the students for making ISEF what it is today as we embark on our 62nd year in existence. We could not be here without you, so thank you so much. And I would also like to thank our sponsors. Our premier sponsor is Chevron, as well as our other partnering collaborators. And so with that being said, I'd like to go ahead and introduce Irene Flores. She is the public affairs representative from Chevron, and she would like to say a few words.
Hello, everyone. My name is Irene Flores, and I work for Chevron here in Houston. I am so excited and so very honored to be here today to welcome all of you to the 7th Annual Science Engineering Fair of Houston seminar. Now, I know this is not the ideal situation for this great event, but I appreciate and I commend all of you for your dedication in being here today and for your dedication and support of STEM learning. First and foremost, I'd like to give a special thank you to all of the educators and the industry professionals who give their time and share their invaluable knowledge when you mentor these students. Whether you know it or not, many of you, if not all of you, will leave a lasting impression with these kids. Your passion for STEM and your patience and dedication to sharing your experience, your thoughts and ideas with this younger generation is absolutely critical for their educational journey. I still remember and have a great relationship with my biology and chemistry teachers from high school, and that was more than 20 years ago. For 21 years, I have been blessed to work for a global energy company that provides energy to advance the world forward. I'm not an engineer or a geologist, although I do work with these professionals every day, and I'm absolutely fascinated by the work that they do. But my job at Chevron is to manage Chevron's support of the communities where we live and we work. We know that we have to support the next generation of scientists, technology experts, engineers, and financial analysts that will enable Chevron to move forward in the future, which is why we support organizations like the University of Houston and the Science Engineering Fair of Houston. Our investments in education are long-term and far-reaching. We focus on partnering with public and private organizations to improve instruction in the key subjects of science, technology, engineering, and math, and on helping provide the career and technical training that can lead directly to well-paying jobs. Working with our partners, we take a comprehensive approach to investments in education by getting students excited about STEM and encouraging them to pursue STEM courses and ultimately STEM careers. We support educational standards and proven curricula that promote project and problem-based learning. And we work to create innovative education programs that position the next generation of problem solvers to tackle the most complex challenges of our future. And speaking of challenges, please don't give up when things get hard. I assure you there will be a time when your classes get harder or there's a particular lesson that you don't understand right away. It is normal to get upset. It's normal to get frustrated. But please, please, please do not give up. Use the skills you have learned along the way. Be patient, have confidence in yourself, and work through the challenges. Reach out to others if you need help. There are teachers, counselors, friends, parents, and so many other people who are ready to help you, but you have to ask for help when you need it. Don't be ashamed, and please never be embarrassed. Build your support group. Network and meet with as many people as you can so that when you do encounter challenges, you know who you can reach out to. There is a good chance that you are not the only person going through a problem, and so you can help each other and guide each other through the obstacles. You know, I can't remember where I saw this quote or this saying, but it said something along the lines of, if you aren't challenged, you can't grow. And it's really, really stuck with me because it is very true. Every challenge is an opportunity to push yourself a little bit further, to get outside of your comfort zone and overcome that problem. As I was reviewing everything you have to do for your projects, I realized it's exactly what I have to do at work all the time. Observe a situation or a problem, ask a lot of questions, formulate your ideas and procedures for solution to the problem, use analytical reasoning skills to find an answer, and then be prepared so you can effectively present your work. And so by participating in this process that you're doing now, you are already learning incredible skills that you will need for your future, which is great news because we know that today's school children are tomorrow's engineers. We will need your new ideas to help us solve problems and advance the world forward while still protecting our people and, of course, our environment. So on behalf of Chevron, we wish you all the very best of luck. I can't wait to see what projects and solutions you come up with. Hopefully, I can see them in person. However, if that's not possible, I look forward to connecting with all of you virtually in the future. Many thanks for your time and best of luck.
All right, fantastic. Well, we are super excited to have Irene Flores a part of our Science and Engineering Fair of Houston and Chevron, as they are definitely a workforce solution for our students, because that's what we're here for, is to be able to help bridge students' interest into their application of a career in STEM by all means. So without further ado, I'll have Dr. Rondoon be able to provide an overview of the session schedule.
Sorry about that. Let me go ahead and unmute myself. So hopefully everyone that's in attendance today was already emailed a copy of our schedule for today. And if you did not get an email with our schedule with all the necessary Zoom links, please do shoot me an email at the info account so that you have all the necessary links. So our first session today is going to start off, we have two concurrent sessions, scientific training, and that's going to be led by our SRC chair, Ms. Tammy Hyde and Ms. Sally Wall. And then we have at the same time a great session being put on by a teacher who has done science fair for many years and has guided many students to the international fair. So she comes with a lot of experience. Ms. Elena Garza, who will be doing What a Great Idea, Strategies for Generating Science Fair Research Questions 2.0. From 10:35 to 11:35, we have two guest speakers coming in, one from Space Center Houston for part of the mission, student research at Space Center Houston. So they'll be speaking about their programs that they have there at Space Center Houston. And then concurrent session, the Road to Results, an introduction to data analysis and visualization. So that is being put on by our new, I guess, partners there at the Baylor College of Medicine. In reviewing some of our feedback that judges have given us over the course of the year. A lot of the feedback from them was related to how students are presenting their data and how they're analyzing it. So this session is being added to address those concerns and to hopefully offer a lot of insight as to how we can help our students create engaging data representation. During lunch, now feel free to bring your lunch or step in and out of your camera frame if your cameras are on to get your lunch. But during lunch today, we have a meet and greet session with some of our alumni for ISEF, and that is going to feature Kabir Jolly, Darryl Prebalar, Tanya Kumar, and Smriti Gandhi. And also we'll be having a roundtable discussion on hosting a science fair during a pandemic. During our third discussion, we'll also have the presentation on Scienteer information. And so that session will be led by myself, and we'll just go over how to use Scienteer for those that are not familiar. And we'll do a lot of Q&A. And then we'll have a representative from Rocket Judge. Rocket Judge will be responsible for assisting the Science and Engineering Fair of Houston going virtual for 2021. So if you have a district or you have a school that is trying to implement a virtual system and you need assistance, that would be a very, very good session to attend. At 1:50 to 2:50 this afternoon, we have a great speaker from Travis High School who is and members of Dulles High School coming in to speak to teachers and students who are interested in starting a collaborative groups on their campuses titled Start a Science Fair Club. And then we also have a judging panel comprised of our judging chair along with some of our judge coordinators for the engineering and I believe one from life science category. So that is Judging Matters for later this afternoon. So we've tried to structure our seminar this year by hosting this virtually and trying to offer still high caliber sessions. So we hope you enjoy your afternoon or your morning and afternoon with us. And again, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rondoon, for providing that excellent overview of the fantastic sessions that you are about to encounter and have that choice to make. So moving forward, just as an overview of what we encountered for 2020 of February, we were very fortunate to have met face-to-face for your students as well as judges and teachers during this time frame. So we had 974 participants. And please note that Science Fair, if you are new to Science Fair, it's not just a project, but we also offer the opportunity of both a poster art contest focusing on the STEM arena, as well as that of a technical writing contest. So we have 3 competitions for your students to show off their particular skill sets. So we had 754 judges. We had our gender, which was 55% female and 45% male. We provided a survey for students to see exactly where their interests lied at that particular time. And so these are the top 4 that came to fruition of medicine, engineering, computer science, and mathematics. And ultimately, all of that is needed even more so at this very moment. And of course, it shows our demographics of where we are able to engage our students of diversity, and then of course our schools. The number of schools that we've had: junior high 54, high school 48, private 19, and homeschool that was 4. So we just wanted to be able to provide you just an overview of who's actually attending this particular competition, this program. We call it more of a program because it's a year-long investment that we place within our students, as you do within yours as well. So I would like to give congratulations. So our students in middle school have the opportunity to, after our competition, be invited to Broadcom Masters, which is a national competition. And this is for those students who are in 7th and 8th grade. And as we see here, that congratulations to the following districts: to Clear Creek ISD. Initially, the pool starts with 30,000 students, which is then filtered to 3,000 to 300. So these students made the 300 cut, and our last final advancement will be 30 students who have the opportunity to be awarded a all-expense paid trip to Washington, D.C. and engage with other students from around the nation. So Clear Creek ISD, Varun Balaji; Conroe ISD from Madeline Puza; Fort Bend ISD, Anushka Agarwal and Madison Burke; and Saskrita Manoharan. We also have a homeschool from Pearland, and that is Anna Singh; and Magnolia ISD, Natalie Elizabeth Smith. So congratulations to all of those students and their hard work and their ability to advance to the next level of STEM. So let's discuss TechSEF. Our students
had mentioned TechSEF updates. March 7th is the last day for regions to advance projects to TechSEF. As you can see here, their schedule is quite tight with the due date that we have in mind for our own timeline here at SEFH. Their round 1, they're planning on doing it asynchronous, virtual, March 15th through the 24th. And they plan on meeting with their judges synchronously through digital media or virtual meetings. March 27th, they will have their virtual judging. Round 2 will also be virtual. The only time that they will be conducting any face-to-face judging, either be through a Zoom platform or what have you, will be April 10, and then the award ceremony happening on April 11th. And as I understand it, the April 11th award ceremony will also be conducted virtually. Now, I just want to put a word of caution out there for their blue ribbon judging, that they haven't finalized their plans of the face-to-face. As you can see, it says face-to-face with virtual contingency. So depending on where we are with the COVID pandemic, of course, they want to have a virtual, they want to have a face-to-face judging aspect where they will bring in students at particular times and of course, follow any CDC guidelines in terms of social distancing and safe practices.
As we've mentioned, we are going virtual and having this overview. Hopefully you're able to see the slide. And of course, we have our 6th grade project, Science and Sport Award, and our Science Fair High School clubs. These are the quotas that we will be providing you, and that will be also exhibited on our website for your future reference. And so for our science fair, our last day for districts and schools to advance is January the 29th of 2021. We are having our SRC approval due by 5 p.m. on the 8th. On February the 12th, we will have our display and safety approval due by 5 p.m. Judging will occur the 13th through the 28th of February. So what we have to take within a 2-day time frame of what we normally conducted, we are having to spread out over this longevity of time. And then, of course, March 3rd, we will then have our award ceremony, and students will be advanced to that of the TechSEF fair. So what will the student project presentation submissions look like? We are looking to have a 7-minute narrated PowerPoint slide for our first round, where we will also have an email exchange of judges to that of students. This particular PowerPoint will have specific slides, so that way students will be able to approach and address each slide as long as those particular slides are within the time limit that would be permissible. We will be providing an official abstract, and as well as, if needed, a Form 1C or Form 7. Our round 2 and round 3 will actually be via virtual, as we are now, where students will be able to engage in a panel of judges. And more information will be within the Judging Matters session to discuss how that format would look. And of course, our grand award judging will also be virtual, face-to-face, in that Zoom platform. So once again, this is the overview. I know we ran a little bit over. I apologize due to technical difficulties, but I appreciate your patience as we're all working through this. So at this time, I want to thank you once again. After your sessions, we ask that you please join us for our final session and be able to interact and have for closing discussions. And thank you once for joining Science and Engineering Fair of Houston for 2021, and as we embark on this wonderful adventure together. So at this time, you may go ahead and start exiting to your other links. If you are going to stay here, you may do so for this next session for this particular link. Thank you for waiting momentarily as I still have some guests coming in.
There's your screen. Okay. There we go. What time is it? Is it time?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and share. Okay, we're going to go ahead and share our screen. So I am hoping this works.
So I'd like to, of course, Tammy, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you wave to everybody, please? So this is Tammy. Hi.
I'm Tammy Hyde. Sally Wall.
So we would not be able to be here without these two wonderful ladies helping us, and of course with the rest of the SRC team too. Thank you so much for being here. And so without further ado, ladies, you have the platform.
Thank you. I'm trying to share my screen here, so just 1 second.
Okay, now you click on the slideshow.
Where do you see the slideshow? I know. hold on. Let me close this and do it again because I have it open. So just a second.
That's okay.
There it is.
We all understand.
We've got it. Can you see it? Share.
There you are.
Okay, great. And I'm hoping everybody can hear us. So there's not a lot of rule changes this year, but Sally and I am the SRC chair for Science and Engineering Fair of Houston, and Sally's basically my co-chair. She was our chair before I was, and so we work together and we're a great team. On the rules and the guidelines, it's Regeneron this year, and there is a link here you can click on, and it will take you to the rules, and you can print those out as you need them. I tend to leave a copy at my desk so that I can easily access rules when I'm going over projects.
They can't see that because you shared your screen.
Okay, so this year there's some eligibility and limitations that we wanted to go over. With team projects, you can only have a maximum of 3 members, so keep that in mind. Sometimes we see that they want to be 4, so they will need to decide what 3 members it's going to be. Last year Sally, we had some projects that were more demonstrations or explanation models, and those aren't recommended or appropriate. Do you want to elaborate on what we saw last year?
Yeah, when these came through SRC, we sent them back because they were not following the research plan was our excuse, but there was no need for the kids to get all excited thinking that their volcano could make it when it wasn't appropriate. So as you are approving projects, make sure that you look for that. Now, this does not mean that they can't do descriptive where they get data from several different sources and now they're comparing that data because they have a variable. That's still acceptable.
And all project documentation and forms that needs to go through, be reviewed and approved before experimentation. So that way we can clear up any problems that need to be cleared up with SRC and they stay eligible. Okay, human participants. So everybody needs to set up an institutional review board or IRB on your campus, and that should be you should have at least 3. It should be someone other than the student's teacher, a school administrator. You can have your school nurse, a psychologist, an MD, a PA, any type of licensed social worker, professional counselor. That's who should be on your IRB board, and that needs to be set up in Scienteer on your school campus prior to approval.
Yeah, the IRB will review and approve the research plan before experimentation, and they're the ones that make the determination of, do we need informed consent? Does that mean, does a parent need to sign off on it? They evaluate the risk level. They decide if a qualified scientist or designated scientist is needed. And this is an important step, and when there are mess ups in IRBs, this is often the phase it happens in. I generally think if the student has taken a survey that would make the parent mad if they found out that they were doing that survey, then you need to get informed consent. Risk level, they have minimal risk, and then they have, above minimal risk. So what you need to do, a lot of them, they just check minimal risk. Well, again, when it moves to the Houston Fair, if it should have been more than that, it could lead to a disqualification. So there's greater minimal risk. And then qualified scientists, generally the guideline is anything that they're doing where they're intaking food or doing any kind of medical procedure type things, qualified scientist needs to be included. That doesn't include blood pressure, but finger sticks, things like that. If they're sticking somebody else's finger, not their own.
No, that's changed this year.
Oh, it did?
Yes.
Okay.
This year, if they're sticking their own, Scienteer made it where you still have to go through IRB because usually it needs to trigger another form of hazardous materials.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So IRB will make a risk assessment, no more than minimal risk, more than minimal risk that Sally just addressed. There is on page 11, when you go into your forms or into your rules, there is a page that just covers minimal physical risk, minimal psychological risk, privacy concerns, and risk groups. You will want to review that to make sure that your IRB has this also so that they make the right decision. There is no more expedited review this year. As I said, Scienteer has stopped that. That way we make sure that the kids get all the forms and there are not any disqualifications when we look at them through SRC. Students must keep all information on these people that if they're doing participants confidential, and they may not publish or identify any human participants. Your qualified scientist or designated supervisor will be selected by the IRB, and Scienteer will select the correct forms if your student does the answers correctly in the survey. And sometimes the kids don't want to read through those surveys on Scienteer, and so they don't check human participants because it's further down. So make sure that your students are reading that survey completely and check off the necessary boxes for their project.
The IRB committee members need to check their Scienteer account. They need to sign off on each project. So whoever you select on your campus to be on the IRB, be sure and remind them to check their accounts, because students will be sending them things and you don't want to get a backlog of projects that need to be signed off on. The date that they sign off has to be before the project is started. You can't have a project come through and say, the nurse didn't sign it, she signs it, and the date is the current date. That's a disqualification. The appropriate risk level. That one page that Tammy referred to, that would be a great page to make sure each IRB member had to refer to. It generally does not go into the SRC unless they're doing something that requires SRC approval along with IRB, such as taking cultures to grow bacteria, using blood, anything like that. And all the surveys and forms should be with them when they set up for the fair. Of course, this is going to be all online. They should have these scanned in a folder.
Also, and we didn't put this in here and we should have, if your student is doing your IRB, I'm going to go back. If your student is doing your IRB and they're doing a project at a university or a public institution, they need to use the IRB committee at that institution, because they will have their own IRB that needs to be addressed. Okay, on vertebrate animals, we still have the 4 R's. They are still listed in, they're listed in the rules. You want to replace them when possible with lower life forms. You want to reduce the number of animals without compromising statistical validity. You want to refine your experimental protocol to minimize pain or distress. We don't want to stress any animals. And you need to respect the animals and their contribution to research.
Okay, so what is considered a vertebrate animal? Bird and reptile eggs within 3 days of hatching. Tadpoles. A lot of kids want to do things with tadpoles, but they're considered vertebrate animals and they have to go through and follow all the rules. Mammalian embryos and fetuses, fish after hatching, and then zebrafish 168 hours after post-fertilization.
When using wild animals, this changed just a little bit. Of course, you need to use your wildlife. If using wildlife, all local, county, state, and national laws apply. But now it says animals may not be captured from or released into the wild without approval of authorized wildlife officials. That includes fishing. So you need to talk to Texas Parks and Wildlife, and you can email them and they can approve the project. You need some kind of documentation that they were approved before. Qualified scientist, designated supervisor have to directly supervise all vertebrate projects except for observational studies. And studies involving behavioral observation only are exempt from SRC.
One of the big problems here, if a student is putting corn out in a deer feeder and they're saying, I'm just observing the deer that are coming up because they're putting the food out, that adds another dimension to it. So that would not be an observational study. It's the same thing with bird seed and bird feeders.
So, who signs off on animal projects? That's going to be the vet or an animal care specialist. And I was looking at this up this week because I have a student that wants to do horses, and they can use their animal trainer or whoever's doing the animal husbandry at the barn as their designated supervisor, and they can sign off on that. SRC is going to look at that to see if the right person signed off according to the rules. And if an animal dies during experimentation, now the vet or the qualified scientist or the designated supervisor must determine the cause and document the results in writing. So even if a fish dies, whoever was the qualified scientist or designated supervisor needs to document that the fish died in writing, and the procedure needs to stop. If death was a result of the experimental procedure, then the study will not qualify for competition. So make sure you have that documented in writing so we can see, because it may have been by the time the fish got home from wherever they purchased it from, it had already died. And that was not a result of experimentation. If done at a research facility, they must euthanize by qualified scientists and have AICUC review.
Okay, with pets and farm animals, only standard practices can be done. Animals cannot undergo any pain or distress. And there's a lot of projects that come through that actually cause animals distress that get disapproved. So keep an eye out for that. The water and food intake cannot affect the health of the animal. You can't hold food back just to make the animal lose weight. A vet must certify experiments that involve supplemental nutritional administration, or prescription drugs, or activities that would not be ordinarily encountered in the animal's daily life. So you have to have that supervision, and working with supplemental nutritional products can be very tricky. If they're using animal saliva, there are a lot of wanting to swab dogs' mouths and then culturing it. That's a double form project. You have the vertebrate animal, and then you have the bacteria project forms. So same thing can happen with human subjects. Those could be double form projects. You need a daily supervisor is required to oversee the daily husbandry of the animals. There you can make sure the animals are fed on the schedule, have plenty of water. This can be for pets, farm animals, or like at Seabrook Intermediate, they have a living materials center. Tissue can only be used if not euthanized for the purpose of the project. So you can't kill a rat and take out brain cells to look at under the microscope. And then make sure 5B, the institution form, is filled out after experimentation.
And that's one of the forms that we sometimes have trouble getting back, is that 5B. The students, scientists should trigger it where they need to send it back to the qualified scientist or designated supervisor, whoever it was, to fill out. And sometimes the students need to email that scientist separately to say, hey, please check your email to get this 5B back. Okay, so who is a qualified scientist? So your science teacher has a master's in physics, and is it appropriate for them to be a qualified scientist on your biology project? Well, the qualifying scientist needs to have a working knowledge degree or experience in the discipline that's related to the student's area of research. So you just want to make sure that whoever's sponsoring the student, whoever their mentor is, or qualified scientist, you want to make sure that they are qualified in that area.
Another issue that happened one time, the parent was a vet and they were the qualified scientists, and they signed off for a procedure that was pretty invasive for the animal, and they really shouldn't have signed off for it. And it ended up with the project being disqualified. So especially if the qualified scientist is a parent, make sure you double check that.
Okay, potentially hazardous biological agents. So when you have a student that wants to do bacteria, and that may be hard this year to get them into a lab because of COVID, and they want to use a restricted bacteria, you need to follow the steps. You need to have the qualified scientist recommend, is this BSL 1? Is it BSL 2? So these, sometimes they don't know the requirements when they are choosing it. If you look in the rules, there are BSL levels, and that qualified scientist needs to be recommending what BSL level of bacteria it is. So if they are opening a Petri dish, it's going to be a BSL 2. Unless we're dealing with
E. coli.
E. coli.
Yeah.
It's the K
Yeah,
through
E.
12.
coli, yeah, K12.
You can look those up. When you go to the order houses like Flynn Scientific or Carolina, it tells you in their books, in their catalogs, if it's a K through 12 bacteria or not. Now, some students want to use viruses, and that's not a BSL 1 project. So here are the BSLs. BSL 1 is typically a school lab. BSL 2 is a regulated institution, and 3 and 4 levels are not allowed. So you need to carefully check the ISEF rules on your bacteria projects. You want to do the other 3?
Okay, yeah. If it's done at a research institution, the source of the bacteria, cell lines, blood and tissue strains have to be documented by the qualified scientists. The qualified scientists at these institutions will have documentation for this. Sometimes they don't like to provide it, but they have to, and it will be in their institutional IRB. Make sure Form 1C is completed after experimentation. Scientier will not let the student complete their entry until this form is signed by the qualified scientist. And before I get to the mold, one of the things I imagine there's going to be a lot of disinfectant and how well they work because of COVID and research along that line. Just be diligent in checking out what the students are doing. Make sure when you are reviewing the projects and reading the research plans that it's clear. If they plan on doing it in a BSL1, in their research plan, they need to say, the Petri dishes will be taped and will stay taped and not opened. And that will save a lot of back and forth because we have to send a lot of them back saying, what about the Petri dish? What are you doing? You didn't say in your procedure. Now, mold, of course, it grows on a lot of food and a lot of things. The rule with mold is you can't grow the mold and then spray it with Lysol to see if it will kill it. With molds, the first sign of mold growth, it has to be disposed of. So any of the experiments they do with mold has to be on, does it restrict the mold from growing at all? Because if you see the mold, unless you follow the rules for a BSL2 lab.
Okay, mold's always tricky. So if they would just copy and paste terminated at first evidence of growth into their research plan, that usually takes care of the SRC part of it. So then you have hazardous chemicals, activities, or devices. These are listed in the rules also. Here's some of them. You need to fill out a risk assessment form. So when in doubt, just fill it out. That's what Sally and I always say.
Yeah, that's Form 3.
Yes. Any DEA controlled substances, so the prescription drugs, alcohol or tobacco, firearms and explosives, regulated drones, they have to have an FAA license usually, and radiation. All of the above must follow, all of them have to follow the state and federal regulations. So you want to look up those regulations for state and federal and make sure you're following them.
Also, bow and arrow projects are popular and they need the risk form. And if they're doing anything with burning something in the garage, they need the risk form. And generally, it's nice if they have something in their research plan where they have consulted the fire department.
Exactly. And sometimes they want to shoot guns.
Yeah.
And if they're going to go to a gun range, it's nice if you have the gun range sign off on something, and that takes care of a lot before experimentation. If they will get the gun range to sign off that they know what they're doing.
And alcohol and tobacco, the parent has to handle. If it is, commercial alcohol that you drink or cigarettes, any of that, because it is illegal for anyone below certain ages to be able to handle these products.
Also, if they're distilling or making any type of alcohol, they can only make it in minute amounts. Now, that's kind of a gray area, what a minute amount is, but it wouldn't be enough to drink or anything like that. Minute amount is a very small amount, so you need to look at that, make sure they're not making a gallon of it or something.
You may see some things with CBD oil coming. I would still consider that something that would need a risk assessment form, because if overdosed on CBD oil or if it wasn't used properly, it could cause some issues. And any of the chemistry ones, if when in doubt, do the risk assessment form.
Okay, final points. Scienteer is getting really good about providing the correct forms if the student fills out the survey correctly. If there's not a form triggered, sometimes the students will have to go back and they will have to fill out that survey again. And it's going to say they may have to reset their signatures, but it just takes a minute to do that. So please make sure those forms are there. I know as an SRC person, you can push, add a form, but it still may send the student back to that survey. When you're as an SRC, when you are checking, is it Form 1A, make sure the students put in the full address of their research location, even if it's just home. They tend to just want to put their street address and they don't put the city and state. So please make sure that they include that. You want to make sure they have 5 bibliographies on their research plan and fill it out in MLA or APA format. If using animals, they also need to include an animal care reference. A lot of times kids just want to put in websites and you click on them and it just goes to the home page and you can't even find their article. So if they're going to use a website, make sure they cite it correctly with MLA or AP format, and that whoever's looking at their project can get to that site that they want to use as a citation, as a bibliography. Your research plan should be written in third person. You want to make sure all forms are completely filled out by all parties. Sometimes we'll get those 5, is it 5A, 5B? We'll get those back and the scientists don't fill them out, they just sign them. So make sure they're completely filled out and that they've addressed all the questions on those forms. They can put NA, they don't have to say, I have no idea. They can fill them out completely. They know what they are doing. When you're looking at Scienteer, make sure you read the research plan and the post-project summary instructions for the guidelines that are subject to specific found. Or I messed up there, didn't I?
Yeah.
After the bibliography, we'll fix that. An abstract is required. And sometimes when you're looking at Scienteer, kids will actually put in abstract, I'm going to do this later. That's what they type in there and they never go back. So as an SRC person, send that back to the student to fill out completely or it will not be approved to compete in the fair. They forget that they've done that. They don't do that intentionally to get around the rules. They just, it's like a place marker for them. And you have to remind them, you need to complete your abstract. And please, please make sure that you and your students read the rules.
Also, when they write their research plan, it should not be written in past tense. Often these are written like the students have already done the project and this is what they did. The plan should be what they're going to do. So make sure they write it correctly that way.
And then sometimes, back up to this one that I messed up on, sometimes when the kids are doing animals or human subjects, after their research plan, there are questions that they need to fill out about that plan. That's where they fill them out, and it has the instructions and guidelines in Scienteer how to fill that out. So this year, let's make it fun. We're trying to make everything fun. This is 2020, and we want your kids to have a great experience. You can contact Sally or I through email, and we will be happy to get back with you.
When in doubt, if you have a question about a research plan or if it needs SRC, email and ask us. Do it up front. It makes it a lot easier on everyone.
Okay, are there questions that we can answer? I don't know how to, I've not done Zoom, we do Teams. So if you have questions, I don't know how to see if your hand's raised, so just unmute and just talk to us.
Or if you have a chat, if you want to put the question in the chat, I can go ahead and read that as well, ladies, and you can answer it too.
Everybody's brain dead after that. Cranium overload.
So the question is, will 6th graders need to complete Scienteer?
Yes, they will.
If they're going to the fair, they have to follow all the rules.
And that's open now for them this year, correct?
That is correct.
And the SRC rules as well. These safety rules are for their protection and yours.
What does no expedited review mean?
That means they don't have to, the student does not have to go through SRC on that. Well, they have to go through SRC, they don't have to go through IRB.
Right.
So now if you have a human project, there is no more expedited review. You can't avoid IRB.
Could you please provide an example of when that would occur?
Well, last year, if the student was doing something on themselves, they didn't have to go through IRB. This year you do. And Scienteer specifically said, what happened was kids would want to prick their fingers and nobody else's fingers. This year, they have to go ahead and go through IRB because that was not triggering the other forms that they needed because they were coming in contact with blood and how they were disposing of that blood. So now there is no expedited review. Everybody, if they are doing even just practicing on themselves, just testing on themselves, they have to go through IRB.
Some of the observational studies could have been expedited in the past. If a kid was observing what was the most popular lunch that was purchased one particular day, that would have been maybe expedited. And especially if they asked, why did you buy, chicken fingers as opposed to pizza? Some observational studies still can be done. Just read the rules.
Do we have some more questions?
I have a question.
Okay, great.
So last year I attended this seminar, and my daughter, she started her research, but and we started as a homeschool, and she had, the research was based on survey. So we had IRB, and but we started collecting data from November last year, but the deadline was in January, so we had only 3-4 responses, so we had to withdraw it. Now, hearing you that no expedited, that is actually confusing to me. So should I go through the same process? So our IRB has approved that, and we are still collecting data, and we plan to stop collecting data in October. So is this something that we submit there once we stop collecting data and with the same IRB, or we just go through you? I mean, I'm really confused.
Was your IRB, Heather, do you have an IRB to provide for homeschool students?
We choose that.
Okay.
Based on the criteria.
Yeah, and then it'll go ahead and go through SRC after that. And there shouldn't be a problem with getting approved for October.
Okay.
For her to start collecting data.
Okay. All right.
Good question.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
There is another question. Is there requirements, or is it even allowed to have electronic consent forms?
I would think that Scienteer, if there's going to be an electronic consent form, it would have to be one generated by Scienteer. Now, that would be a conversation we would have to have with Russell to see if they plan on doing that. But if it's not a Scienteer generated electronic form, I would not trust it.
But on the other hand, I can also see where kids, if they're going to do something online and parents do need to sign off, they should be able to put that form out there, since they can get signed forms from the parents. They should be able to put that form online where they could fill it out, and then it could be emailed back to them, where you don't have to show that for the fair, but you do have it if necessary, if you were asked for it.
Yeah, the parents could scan it and send it back that way. But electronic signatures, like you see on some of the forms that you get now, that would be a Russell question.
It could be an electronic PDF, or you could use MS forms where the parents agree, and that way the student would have it if it was required later on or requested of them from a judge. Great question. Do we have any more questions?
Well, there's a comment. One said that they've participated in research that had the informed consent at the beginning of the Google form, but that would not cover parent consent.
No, it needs, for parent consent, you would need a signature from a parent.
So because we are living in a COVID world at this time, our students are going to be required to be that much more creative in identifying what type of projects they can conduct at home. So perhaps you could speak to that as to some suggestions for students and their home environment, particularly with SRC approvals.
One of the problems that we're having is if a lab won't let them come in for bacteria, or if they can't come into the school to do a BSL-1 lab, there are some bacteria strips you can get now that will give you just a reading that there is bacteria present or not. That does not have to be done in a BSL-1 lab.
You just can't culture bacteria at home. But if you wanted to use the E. coli test strip in the bag of lettuce that you just purchased, you could do that.
So there are some options out there when you're looking for just test strips for bacteria, but you still can't do any Petri dishes at home. So possibly if your school will allow them to come in as a BSL-1, you could start it on a Friday and the kids could have a reading on a Monday if you're worried that your classroom might have to be closed for a deep clean or something like that. You could still do it in your BSL-1 lab at school if you did it. I think that a Friday and a Monday would be good if you were open on a Friday.
For the big districts, you might want to talk to your district science coordinator to see if they could set up a location where this could be done. And that way the students would know where they could go. A lot of other projects, of course, pet projects are always popular, and those can be done at home, but just make sure you're not causing the animal distress. The same thing with some of the chemical ones and things like that. A lot of these. I imagine botany and projects growing plants are popular this year, but those need to be started early.
The same with mosquito projects. You need to start those very early because the mosquitoes will disappear in one cold front. So if your student wants to do something like that, they need to go ahead and get started on those. Any more questions or comments?
Those are definitely excellent suggestions. I appreciate that because, you know, as our students, they have to now be much more observant of their immediate surroundings and what they could do to experiment. And, you know, I know students will have the more than likely assumption to see if they could stop COVID themselves. And although we want to support that initiative, but yet we have to be very cautionary in their safety. And so that way they understand that this is a world effort in doing so, not to take this on themselves. And so this is where SRC is very crucial in determining the safety of each student and participant within that same project.
There's a recommendation that I would like to make, and as you can tell, Sally and I keep pulling down our masks so you can hear us, because when students are going to be dealing with people, if they're physically going to be dealing with people, you want to remind them to put in their procedures that they will be using a mask. Also, a lot of the human participants can be done online now, and they can use Facebook or whatever to do some of their research and ask questions that way. So hopefully they can find a digital way that they can test people.
With an election year and with COVID, the other thing that may become popular are human survey projects. Some of these projects may need parental consent when you start looking at family values. But again, the rule of thumb, if a parent's going to get mad if they found out their kid answered these questions, then you need informed consent on it.
Could you perhaps go over the difference between consent and assent?
You said consent and assent?
Yes.
Assent would be just a flat no. So if a parent refused to sign, that's still data. When the students are turning it in, they can say, I put out 100 projects for informed consent. I got 75 back that the parents did. I got 25 where the parents did not want to answer or sign the form. So just because the parents say no, that doesn't mean the student did not get data.
Any more comments, questions?
One of the things you may want to have students do is write some of the rules up, or in their procedures, have them write in how they're addressing some of these strict rules. That way, one is SRC and we read them, we know how that's done, and two, it reinforces with the student that these rules have to be followed.
We also wanted to say we really need every district to have an SRC person to help us to go through these forms before Science and Engineering Fair of Houston. That takes a lot of time, and you know these projects and you've already approved them probably once or twice at least. And so it's a big help when you approve your projects as an SRC person for your district so that they can come on to Houston. Because Sally and I stay up a lot of nights talking about projects and approving them. So we appreciate everybody's help.
And we thank you, ladies, as well as the SRC members that are here. If you are an SRC member, could you please, on the reaction button on your Zoom, just put a thumbs up so that way everyone knows who's who within SEFH for the SRC committee.
Should I do that? Yeah, I don't see it.
There you go.
Oh, okay, there.
They're down at the bottom.
That's great. So thank you so much, because you are investing in their students' capability to move forward with their research. But yet, as our team here is very diligent in making sure that your students are doing this in a safe manner, by all means. And if you are interested in being a member of the ISEF SRC and IRB committee, please do reach out. We are always looking for great people to participate and to help steward these students in this type of capacity.
Make sure if you're an SRC, if you want to volunteer, that Heather gets your name, because we get a list of approved SRC people in their contacts. So if something comes through to go to the regional fair and it's approved by someone we've never heard of, then that doesn't really count. We need people that we know.
I'd like to go back just for a bit. We have someone who, thank you so much, says consent is given from the legal guardian and assent is from the minor participant as well, to add that to the conversation. Because with our students, especially if they're starting in 6th grade, this is a whole new world for them, different from that of the elementary, and we want to help onboard them as much as possible.
One other thing I just thought of, and this was brought up at International Fair, a lot of students are doing experiments where they are inadvertently making medical diagnosis from their results. If I take a Tammy's blood pressure, and it's high all the time. I can't tell Tammy, hey man, your blood pressure's high. You better do something about it. I'm making a medical diagnosis. So they can record the data, but they should not be saying anything to the person they're testing.
Is there anyone here who has any other questions or experiences that you would like to be able to share to clarify from our SRC members at this time? Because this would be the time to do it. I think you've done an excellent job, ladies.
Thank you, Heather.
Everyone stay healthy and stay safe.
Yes, and wear your mask.
Yep.
Well, thank you, everyone. If there's no other further questions, we'll go ahead and end this session, and we'll go ahead and make sure that this session is, of course, recorded and that of publicly provided in a due time if you need any reference. So thank you once again, ladies. Appreciate your expertise.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. And if you're going to be here for the next session, you can jump off and then jump back on. We'll start about 10:30. Thank you.
Just introduce myself. Okay. And then ask Kathy to introduce herself. So I'm Phyllis Friello, Education Manager at Space Center Houston. And first off, before I came to Space Center Houston, I was a classroom teacher. I taught physics at the Baltimore School for the Arts in Baltimore City. And so the first thing I want to do is thank you all for what you're doing. I know how difficult it must be doing that right now, and just know that we greatly appreciate your commitment to STEM education for all of us. And before I was a classroom teacher, I was a research scientist at a couple places in the East Coast, Hopkins, and then up at Harvard for a bit. So I was just really fortunate in that I got to take my research background and education background and come to Space Center and share it with even more people. And with me today is Catherine Walker. We're incredibly fortunate to have Catherine with us as our coordinator for the Girls STEM Pathway Program. And she's going to tell you a little bit more about that later on. And also about some opportunities and how we're going to integrate all of this into Science Fair. So Catherine, if you could do that, I'm going to see what's going on with my battery.
Yes. So my name is Catherine Walker. I'm the STEM coordinator for Space Center Houston. Prior to being at Space Center Houston, I was a full-time student. So this is my first opportunity to get a chance to work with Phyllis, who is remarkable in her work ethic. And she helps a lot in gaining insight for myself, but also for our students that we're bringing in to get in contact with a lot of women in STEM. A lot of our programs are geared towards underserved students. We just recently opened that up to magnet schools, so students who have kind of taken that next step into more of a detailed science interest. And so we're just moving along with our progressive phases, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later within the presentation. Just as she mentioned, we've got a lot of really cool information about how we switched everything over to virtual and how we were able to then expand our Women of STEM repertoire for our girls outside of the Houston area, which we are now, because we are virtual. So a lot of great things came out of this and a lot of ways for our girls to get a chance to see a plethora of women. So we can get started on the presentation. Phyllis, are you ready?
Yes, I'm just it might need some duct tape at some point during this, but we'll go ahead and get started. So thank you so much. We really want everybody to be part of the mission and understand that on every level, from second grade, kindergarten, whatever, on up, you really can be part of the mission to further our space exploration endeavor. And whether you are working with kindergarten kids, older kids, adults, the questions they ask and the capacity they have for research is incredible. We have teachers in our group who are working in the most remote areas you can imagine, and their kids are conducting research. So anybody can participate, which is really exciting. So part of this presentation is on how to get the kids excited about doing research, hopefully some practices that we have put in place at Space Center Houston that you might be able to take advantage of that would help you along the way. So, okay, next slide. So at Space Center Houston, we have a variety of research opportunities to get the students excited and just ignite that passion and just kind of start them on their way. So we have the self-generated research opportunities, which is pretty much what y'all are going to be doing with Science Fair. And these are the class or student-generated projects where they pretty much run everything. We also have the collaborative studies where we are providing additional information to NASA investigators, research institution investigators in the way of providing normative population data. So a lot of the studies at JSC have some great data on 10 astronauts, but they don't have data on the larger population. They don't have the diversity. They don't have the numbers. And we can provide that at Space Center because we have quite a diverse and large population coming through our doors. Companion studies. These are studies that are going on in some of the research institutions that we would like to get into the classroom, but we modify them for safety or practical reasons. And then, of course, citizen science, where we have large-scale data collection efforts nationwide and worldwide, actually. These are some examples of research projects that we've done with our students, everything from our dancers. I taught at the School for the Arts. So the kids spent 4 days in their academics and 4 days in their art. And whenever we could, we included their art in the research. So they were testing amount of time, variability in the amount of time for hang time. And we had the opportunity to work with Nichelle Nichols on a SOFIA mission, and then worked with the researchers down at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. So next. So again, once the kids get into the idea of they can ask the questions and lead some of the research projects, then it's just limitless in what they came up with. We had one project, this is a student-generated research project, where we were talking about rotational motion in physics. And we were talking about what effect it had on the human body. And I had found an article that talked about the differences, that they had found differences in the gray matter in brains of rotators and non-rotators. Since we had dancers, students figured out, well, let's test it. And so they came up with the protocol, the consent forms, the flyers, everything, and they tested it within the school. And this went on for about a year. We couldn't do the MRIs, that would probably be frowned upon, but we had other methods that we employed to test the differences between these two populations. And we divided it up between the dancers and the non-rotating artists. So one of the things that was really important that we did straight off the bat is we worked with a mentor. I had one of my friends from Hopkins that I called up and I said, hey, do you want to help us out with this? And she said, sure, I'd love to, but you really need this person. So once you get started talking to one mentor, all kinds of doors open up as to, oh, I know somebody else who this might be, more kind of in their wheelhouse, and they know somebody. So it was relatively easy to get the mentors and get them excited to work with the kids and speak with the kids. In class, we also use this as an opportunity for a cross-curricular project. So the ELA classes, they help with writing the consent forms and the descriptions of the project. The kids went to the scene shop and built the instruments. The statistics class analyzed the data. So we really had an opportunity to involve a whole lot of kids in this one project, which was pretty cool. Okay, next one. One of the things we really had to do were, and we'll probably have to do this quite a bit this year, is adapt the methods to what we had on hand and what the students could come up with. The kids were pretty inventive, pretty creative bunch, and so they quickly found ways to adapt the original protocol to what we could practically use in school. We did not have a free range motion chair that they do at JSC, so the kids took apart an office chair, refitted it so that they could spin a subject around. We were trying to test the ability of recovery, basically, after a student was rotated. And I had musicians, so they figured they could use a metronome to measure the cadence. The PEG test, which is a standard PEG test that we can buy off Amazon, well, we really didn't have any money for a lot of supplies. So again, the kids went to the scene shop with a block of wood and golf ties and made our own PEG test. We did not have a pinch test, so they decided they were going to use the operation game. This was to measure fine motor control. So they were really creative in the way that they could adapt these tests to something that could be easily used inside of the classroom and safely used. Okay. Another thing we did is anything involving human subjects research, we had training beforehand. Everyone went through the NIH training for human subjects research. Recently, they have changed the guidelines. The NIH is no longer providing the training. However, all of their materials, including their quizzes, are still available online, so you can still go through that. There are also sites where you can pay to go through their course, but the guidelines now are that facilities have to provide some human subjects research training. And so we did our own, and I had provided this to research participants, research nurses at Hopkins, so I had a lot of their materials, the NIH materials, and so we were able to go ahead and do this at school. And that way the kids came away with their certificate, they had an understanding and appreciation of what goes into human subjects research. Okay. Collaborative research, this is really cool. This is where we could reach out to partners who had access to more than we did. So the kids could even, they could do a lot more. And we do this currently at Space Center quite a bit. We have partners in academia. We're working with Baylor College of Medicine on a really cool research project looking at the vestibular system. We have partnered with industry. There's a lot of really cool startups, particularly in biophysics and space science medicine, and we've partnered with them. And then we're also working, of course, with JSC, and we've flown a couple experiments to the international schools. Okay. So the first one that we did, this was a really cool example of how we got as many kids as we could involved. We did a collaborative research project with Precision Biosciences in North Carolina. The kids were able to come out to Space Center Houston and work on their experiment with a scientist from Precision. And we were looking at genetic engineering. So they wanted to find out, Precision has developed an ARC nuclease which can recognize down to 22 base pairs in a sequence. So using plasmid rings, we wanted to see if that was going to work in space. So the scientists came out, we went through everything with the kids. The kids were here for about a week, and we set up the experiment, and they actually got to set up the experiment and load the experiment. So they were definitely the scientists in this endeavor. So we all did that, loaded it up, flew it to Kennedy, and then let's see, next slide. Oh, so before that, what we also did to take advantage of this and use this for our guests as well as other students is we developed companion activities and lessons where the students would understand the role of DNA. This was one where the kids would play the part of the ARC nuclease, where they would get a color code on the bottom, that bottom strip, and they would have to paw through a whole bowl of these rings with the beads representing the DNA base pairs. And they would have to find the particular sequence, like the ARC nuclease would, and then open it up so it could be altered. So that way more kids could be involved in the process. Okay, next one. Oh, other classroom extensions is what we did is we got the kids starting to learn that the DNA, what it is, and not only what the structure is, but that it codes for something. And so then we had the ability to get them to understand the codons, the triplets, and interpret these in their amino acids, and then talk to them about, okay, these actually come together for proteins, and then you get whatever, brown eyes. So we have a couple of other activities that take the kids through all of these steps. And we've done these activities with kids with as low as like 3rd grade on up, so that everybody gets to benefit from the research that the older kids are doing. And this is one of the models that our volunteers made, which was so cool. We loaded the experiment. The kids got together. We all went to Kennedy Space Center and watched it launch. When the experiment came back, we got to see the results, with the scientists and talk about the results. So everybody was there participating in every phase of the experiment. This is another example of collaborative research with an academic institution. And there's so many incredible institutions around. And really, once you start talking to one of the scientists, you're going to meet so many that can help you and help your kids with the research. What we're doing is in the standard measures for astronauts, they take a look at how their vestibular system is before flight and after flight to see how it's affected by microgravity. And they have, again, a lot of really good information on the astronauts, but there are no norms for children or people as they age. And because we want to know how not just the really super healthy buff astronauts are going to react in space, we want to know how general populations might react in space. We have to test general populations. So in collaboration with Baylor, we have opened up this study to the public, and the public goes through and does the same vestibular tests that were developed for the astronauts. And in this way, we have established norms for participants from, we're doing age 4 to, I believe, 90. We've had about 750 participants enrolled thus far. And because we're an education institution, we also ask them, has this helped you have a greater understanding and appreciation of the conduct of research? And we have an overwhelming 95.3% yes. And then we ask them, having participated in this, would you do something like this again? And again, an overwhelming positive response, which is really good for these scientists because they know that they can come and have access to a large, diverse population and also educate them as to what's going on at NASA and what's going on across the street and get kids interested in participating and joining the STEM pathway and being a part of it. Okay. In another collaborative research project with Johns Hopkins University, we were looking at the effects of melanin pigment on radiation protection. So again, I called up the last mentor I had and said, hey, Mark, I want to do something with radiation. We have an opportunity to fly an experiment on station. Do you know anybody? And he said, yeah. So he contacted a colleague of his, Dr. Rada Cordero, and said, hey, do you want to fly something on station? So we worked together and came up with an experiment that, which with his research, he was looking at the protective effects of melanin, and we modified it so the students could be involved. So the students could test it here on Earth, and we could fly it to station and they could be involved. So we had melanized and non-melanized yeast, basically fungus, and colorimetric dosimeter, and flew that to see if the pigment in the melanized yeast would be some kind of a shielding, as well as a physiological mechanism to protect from radiation exposure. Okay, next. So I went out to Hopkins to work with Rada and Quigley, and we loaded the stick, and again, back to Houston and then to Cape Canaveral, and launched it, and it was on station for about 6 weeks before its return, and then back to Hopkins. Okay, next. And what's really cool with getting the kids involved with these projects is they get to go to watch the launch, and also before the launch, they present their research to the public, which is an incredible opportunity for them to present their research and answer questions, and also understand that science is messy. We were there for, I think it was the other launch, and the night before we were having dinner with the kids and everything, and we heard that the launch is scrubbed. And it's like, oh, but this is part of doing research. It's part of doing research in space. Things happen. Fortunately, I called a friend of mine at Mission Control and I said, what's going on? And I said, oh, it's a cargo problem. So fortunately, that was something that could be solved pretty easily. It ended up that the mouse food that they were sending up for the mice was moldy. So somebody from Ames had to fly out mouse food overnight, get it to Kennedy in the morning, load it onto the rocket, the SpaceX rocket, in time for an afternoon launch. And so once the mice, knew they were getting their cookies, we could go ahead and launch, which was really good. But it's a good lesson for the kids in that things don't always work out, and often don't work out as planned. Okay, next. So companion studies, for example, there are a lot of really cool research projects going on, but are not practical or safe to do in a classroom setting or with the students to do. And so here's just a couple of ways how we modified some of these experiments so they were safe and accessible for kids. This one is the setup for the melanin study, and we actually had families doing this. So that was really cool to have a couple families sitting at a table, learning about the research, packing the tubes, and going through all the steps, and then presenting why this should be flown. And what we did is the winner of the presentation and the packing the tubes got to go to Kennedy and watch their experiment go up. So next. The big one is safety. The fungus that we were using, Cryptococcus neoformans, could present some issues if we had any immune challenged populations. And so it wasn't something that we wanted the kids to work with. So what we did instead is we just used regular yeast. And that worked perfectly fine. We did not distill the melanin down from the fungus, but instead we found another source. We used squid ink, which was also fine. It's very innocuous. It's used in recipes to make squid ink pasta, so we knew it was safe for the kids. But this was something very accessible and that we could use. The kids went through all of the safety procedures as far as protective gear and, letting them know this is why you don't eat here. This is why you clean everything. And so I think that made a really good impact, not only on the kids, but of course their parents. Probably more of an impact on the parents, which was really good. Okay, next. Another one with which you are all familiar with right now is adapting methods for conducting this research at a distance. And we have the perfect example, the extreme example about guidance from a distance with mission control. So we have our astronauts flying right now, 250 miles up, basically on the International Space Station, and they are conducting an incredible array of experiments. The mission of the International Space Station is to basically be an orbiting lab and determine how humans can live and work in space. So that being said, the experiments they are conducting are not their experiments, but they're carrying out other investigators' experiments, and they're being guided before they fly by training, of course, but they're also being guided by mission control. So what we're trying to do with our students now is act like, be their mission control. This is your lifeline. We've got your back. We're going to support you, but you also have to realize that you have to be more self-reliant in these circumstances. You have to be more vocal about speaking up when you need help, when you need assistance. So this is how we're trying to get this across to the kids and use this as a really cool example. With the melanin experiment, we did this with a group of students in California. We shipped everything out to them, did some training, did all of the prep work, front loaded everything, and then we did the experiments together online. And we had about, I think Kathy, it was 54 kids or something conducting these experiments. And we had the scientists zoom in, the NASA folks zoom in, and they were our astronauts. They were our researchers at a distance carrying out these experiments. So they can be done at a distance, they can be done safely, and we had some really cool results. This is one where we had melanized and non-melanized cells with their dishes. Okay, next.
And this really kind of leans into how we utilize Girl STEM. So Girl STEM was a new initiative that was brought into fruition to really help to engage students from underserved backgrounds in the greater Houston area. So I know we have some CCISD personnel who are here as well. We were with CCISD, Angleton, Houston, Spring Branch, Toccoa Charter School, which is over in Orange, Texas, and also in Beaumont. And we really wanted to help this next generation of young women to become more involved in their aspirations. We wanted to be able to create a support, just as Phyllis was speaking about earlier, being able to be their mission control, but also in helping them to understand that, like she also mentioned, they too have to take control and be able to have that solid foundation to have more confidence to do more. And so, as you can see at the bottom, this Girl STEM pathway goes through a different amount of progressive phases. We start at Launchpad with our 4th and 5th graders, and then Ignition, Mission Control, Liftoff, and On Station are really just a great way for them to progress through these phases and get a deeper understanding of what STEM means and how they can be more involved in the STEM world. So how do we do that? We do that by engaging them in different virtual events. So initially everything, of course, was a little bit more hands-on, face-to-face, but in light of COVID-19, we've actually been able to help them to see that there is a larger platform for them to become more engaged with different women who are in the STEM field. As you can see here, we had Dr. Ellen Ochoa, who was the first Hispanic female astronaut to go into space. She was also the director of Johnson Space Center. So we were able to have her come in and speak with these girls about her challenges and getting to her high level of the amazing work that she does in STEM. We also use a lot of mentors. So the greatest thing is that we want them to understand that there is help and support outside of the home, outside of their school. So as you can see in some of these pictures, we have Dr. Kavya Manyapu, who is from Boeing. We have Dr. Malika Sarma, who is from HRP. We have a couple of flight directors. We have Johnson Space Center interns who come in. The biggest thing that I want them to understand is that, you know, they can have access to women in all stages of their careers and in all stages of different fields, but also to feel represented. So as you see, we have women of all different minorities who are coming in as well to help these students to see where they could go. One of these pictures at the bottom is our phase that we call Space University Bridge. So at Space Center Houston, we have this amazing integrated program. It's 5 days, it's all immersive, and they get an opportunity to be a little bit more hands-on of understanding what it means to be collaborative with different groups, teamwork, understand what it means to show their grit, which is that they are able to stick to something and push forward even though there may be adversity. And what you see here is a student who is dressed in garb. So what we did for our recent students about a couple of weeks ago is we took them through a clean room experience. So this is something that a lot of researchers will go through when we're sending things out into space or sending things to the International Space Station to make sure that they are completely safe for our astronauts, but also being in an isolated environment. And so they too got to experience that by completely garbing up. That's one way that we were able to make this a fun experience for them instead of it being a hassle in light of the environment that they're in. So this way they were able to have a really good time with it and be with each other and feel like they're part of a team. Right now we also have our Mentor Cafe going on where we're with them 10 times out of the year. So it's once a month, and they get an opportunity to speak with these mentors and help them in these challenging times of how do I organize my things? How am I able to use time management, things of that nature? And then our next program that we're starting up is something that Phyllis is helping us tremendously on. It's called our scientific research. And this is how we're going to help our students in creating more authentic science fair projects, but also to get a little bit of a deeper understanding of what does it mean to go into research for science. So as she mentioned before, we have a lot of scientists, some who worked at Space Center Houston. We have a couple of neuroscience doctors who were with us as instructors, which was so amazing because they were finishing their doctorate's degrees. But we have them coming in to help our students to understand how can you, at your age, still do the same kind of work that we're doing here in a lab. So it's really exciting to see these girls get so excited because, as I mentioned before, we just had a smaller range of women that we were kind of using because they were in the Houston area. But now we have women in Baltimore, we have women in Wisconsin, we have women from California. We're really able to open up the floodgates of the opportunities for these girls, and they're incredibly responsive and engaged to everything. So that's just a little bit about the programs that we have going on.
So in addition to what we have going on in the center, we also try and make available other opportunities. So through our Gateway Innovation Program, we have listed NASA challenges that can be, for kids and adults of all ages. And some of these challenges may be open for a couple of months. Some, like the Space Robotics Challenge, a year or so. So they're on different levels. So everybody can find a challenge in which to participate and really and have a good time at it. And those are pretty cool. In addition, we list not only the NASA challenges, but the opportunities for citizen science. And these are opportunities where everyone can participate and know like they do in our research studies, that they are contributing real data and that their efforts are greatly appreciated and will be used. For example, the Globe is an incredible program. I just did a training with them at Goddard Space Flight Center, and going through all of the opportunities they have for students, which are just amazing. There's a lot of OSIRIS-REx. That's one of my favorite missions. They're going to the asteroid Bennu and reaching out and basically touching it and grabbing a sample. And the cool thing about this one, we had the opportunity to speak with some of the scientists a couple of years ago when they were planning it, and the idea for the mechanism with which they collect the sediment or the regolith, the soil, kind of came about by the scientist going out in his driveway and trying to pick up some gravel and dust. And he tried different methods and with a little vacuum cleaner and everything, and figured out how they're going to do this on an asteroid. So that's a really cool one. And as I said, these are opportunities available for all ages. And to get them inspired and on the path when they're really young is so cool. And I believe on the next slide, we have a short video. This is one of our teachers from our Space Exploration Educators crew, which is kind of a high-flying subset of teachers from our SEEK conference, who is doing this research in Vinitaty, Alaska, which is up above the Arctic Circle. We had the opportunity to go up there and teach space science for a week, and it took a few planes, a bush plane, dog sled, everything to get up there. But these kids are just amazing. And we'll go ahead and play this, and I think you'll enjoy it.
If you've been watching this series, you know that NASA has scientists posted all over the world studying Earth's frozen regions. We've got people exploring ice sheets, glaciers, permafrost, sea ice, snow, and even ice on other planets. But even our top scientists need a little backup sometimes.
I'm a scientist!
Do you like going outside to do science?
Yeah,
Why?
because it's fun.
Yeah. What's your favorite part?
Frost tube.
Frost tube! Cool! In this bonus episode of Cryosphere, we're following the micro explorers that are helping NASA collect data from their own backyard. Do you think it's going to be frozen?
Yeah.
Yes. Why?
Because it's very frozen!
Here's the idea. Students construct a frost tube that gets put into a hole in undisturbed and uncompacted soil. During the cold months, students will measure the depth at which water in the frost tube freezes, indicating that the surrounding soil has frozen. This is one of many citizen science projects facilitated by GLOBE, the Global Learning and Observations to Benefit the Environment program. What's going on? What did you find out?
It's ice!
How far down is the ice? So is there still liquid in there? Oh my! It's a worldwide program that, so far, has collected over 130 million measurements from more than 10 million students in 113 countries. Are you scientists?
Yeah.
These measurements are added to a massive worldwide database that's free and open to the public.
GLOBE connects my students with the rest of the world through science and looking at climate change and how it's affecting the future.
GLOBE teachers like Terry are transforming the way kids see science and how they'll respond to changes in their future environment.
Let me see your happy face.
Actually, we were so impressed with the kids of John Fredson's school that we decided to show their work to the scientists in the original NASA Explorers Cryosphere series. And they had a couple things to say.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Oh my god.
Do you like going outside to do science? Why?
Because it's fun.
How far down is the ice?
That's awesome.
Wow, this is really, really cool.
Hey students from Miss Terry's class, I just got to see your video. I was so impressed that you guys were braving the conditions of the snow and all the crazy stuff to go and learn more about the permafrost and where the water layer is right outside your school. That looked incredible.
It is so exciting to see you guys and girls doing such great work as we watch our planet change over time.
Hey there, young scientists. Looks like you guys are doing some amazing things. Remember to keep warm and take notes, and also stay curious.
Oh my God, this is awesome. I love seeing the enthusiasm of these kids. They're outside. It's obviously really cold, but everyone is so excited to be out there making measurements for NASA.
that's wicked cool.
Because you're so right, science is so fun, and I really hope that you'll continue believing in that. The best piece of advice I ever got was, whatever you do, do your best.
And from all of us here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, remember, dare mighty things.
So keep up the great work. Make sure that you're having fun no matter what. That's the key thing about pursuing a career in science. Make sure it's something that you love. And I'm really impressed. So hopefully we'll take the lessons you're learning and apply them when we explore our solar system.
So this is an example of getting kids involved in research, involved in science from as early as kindergarten. Terry teaches K to 2. There's about 50 people in the whole school. And the other thing that she's done to spread it to the older kids in the community is having the after-school science clubs. She's been able to do that and combine it with literacy initiatives in school, where the parents come in and read to the kids for a half an hour, then they get to do science experiments. And so the whole village has become involved. So the other thing we really stress to the kids is it's great to do the science. We want to do the science, but you share what you have. You share your results. That's a huge part of it. So we have them make posters. We show them posters that we've made. This is the one from the arc nuclease experiment. I think the next one might be melanin. Is that protective effects of melanin? We do a pre and a post, so we can the students can present it at Kennedy Space Center or wherever, and then follow it up once we get our experiments back from station. And I think the next one is probably with Terry up in Vinitae. So we were using this as a model to develop curriculum to reach remote areas, because there are just a lot of kids that don't have access to academic institutions, to space centers, to whatever, but we still want to reach them, particularly Indigenous peoples in a lot of areas of our country. We really wanted to make sure that we're inclusive and try and get these opportunities to as many kids as possible. And of course, right now, you know, everything's modified, but there are also some advantages as we're going more remote. I was on a call right before this with some kids from Guatemala, which was really cool to be able to interact with them and get them really excited about what we're doing. Next. So just kind of in closing, a couple of things I wanted to make sure that you knew about is if we can be a resource for you of accessing NASA resources, data, connection with mentors, anything that we can possibly do to help, please reach out to us. If you have any questions, another resource we have is every year we have the Space Exploration Educators Conference. It's an international conference. Last year we had over 700 educators from around the world coming together, sharing ideas, 3 incredible days. This year it's going to be virtual and in person. So please check that out, and we would love to have you contribute presentations. The research you're doing with your kids will be a perfect example of what we're looking for. Like I said, if you have any questions or if you need access to something or if there's anything that we can help you with, please let us know. This is, oops, I think I lost you. Oh no. There we go. Still there?
Yes, we're still here.
Okay. I just closed with this. One of my kids on her way into class drew this for me on the board, and then I asked another one, you know, put up the homework for Monday, and we got some of it, so that was good. It's like whatever we get. So Kathy, anything to add?
No. I did want to add that, as I mentioned before, our STEM program, our STEM pathway program is open to students outside of our group of students that we currently have. And so we are always looking for other students that are even outside of the Houston area who are interested in becoming a part of this. And now, because it is virtual, we have that opportunity to open it to everyone. And so if you are interested in being a part of that, again, it is it's 5 different phases of just virtual amazingness, of getting an opportunity to speak to engineers, speak to flight controllers, speak to scientists, speak to geologists, speak to women who had their hands on InSight, which is on Mars right now. I mean, just the amazing opportunities. And then, as Phyllis mentioned again, SEEK is also such an amazing opportunity. I got a chance to speak the last 2 years at SEEK, and just being able to share stories between educators, between mentors. It's not just educators that come. We also have students that come who are finishing their education degrees. And it really is a great opportunity for everyone to get a chance to really collaborate and see how everyone can help one another. I think that's all.
Okay, so if anybody has any questions, I think we have some time. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have or point you in the right direction. Another resource that is available to you, I got something from JSC not too long ago, that their speakers bureau has not been as busy as they had anticipated because of everything going on. So that if you wanted to put in a request for your class to speak to your class, they encourage you that you do that now. And they just have an incredibly diverse group of STEM professionals.
I will put it my
who are willing to everyone, and it's so much easier with Zoom.
Yeah.
So we have someone from Galveston ISD, Jean, asking if they're very interested in joining, and if you could provide them with that link, that would be fantastic. Perhaps maybe you could go over, are there any particular type of criteria that teachers are maybe interested in as choosing those particular students who would be a good candidate for your programs?
Absolutely, absolutely. So in regards to the STEM pathway, again, like I mentioned, we start them at a very young age. So that first piece of the pathway, which we call Women of STEM Wednesday, this is where we invite our elementary students, 4th and 5th grade, to sit and listen in and engage with a woman that is in STEM. It's a one-time event. I can actually, if you email me, I can send you the schedule. We have women from Boeing, we have women from HRP, we have women from JSC who are interested in sharing what was it when they were in elementary that got them interested into the career they are now, and how they were able to change in between. I think one of the women we have, she's a flight controller currently, but she was a whale trainer at SeaWorld for such a long time. And so it's so amazing to see these girls and being like, holy moly, you got to train whales and now you're working in science for NASA. So that's a great opportunity. The next one we have is for, we have a lot of programs for our middle school girls. The first one is called Girl STEM Academy. And so this one is a five session where we'll be sending out STEM packets for them to be involved virtually and understanding what it means to be one collaborative, but also how can we take the missions that are happening and use things that are in our own backyard, in our house to kind of replicate it. So kind of what Phyllis was explaining with her past students, how can we change things up so that we can still get the same kind of production out of it. And then after that, we have Mentor Cafe and then Space U. There's just so many opportunities under the STEM pathway itself. Email me and I will gladly send over a fact sheet that you can read over. In regards to requirements for students, I just want some students that are excited, that are interested in STEM. For the first half, 4th and 5th graders, if they're not interested in STEM yet, that is perfectly okay. I think that this is an opportunity for them to get interested in STEM. So even if they feel as though they don't want to be a scientist, one of the amazing graphs I like to show them is what are the different types of professional careers that you can go into that doesn't just include being in a lab or being an astronaut. And they always get so, you see their faces kind of light up when they see that they could go into cooking, or they could go into law, or they can be an accountant, or they can go into design. And it really is helping them to see that it's not just these individual things that you know, that they can do. There is such a wide variety. Phyllis, do you have anything to add in on what other?
Yeah, I actually have that. Let's see what we can do. If we can make the magic work. I have that slide up from this other presentation. You could see this. So this list, hopefully you can see this. This lists the variety of occupations of fields that currently employ people within JSC and throughout NASA, really. So the kids can see, it's like, oh my gosh, you not only need, everybody thinks of the astronauts. Well, I've been in on a lot of astronaut presentations and they are amazing, but the really cool people, the scientists and the engineers, those are my favorites. And aside from the scientists, the engineers, the astronauts, we've got the folks in robotics, the scuba divers who are with the astronauts every day in the neutral buoyancy lab training them, computer scientists, the nutritionists. What they're finding now in the nutrition lab, Scott Smith's lab over in Building 21, is that everything is tied to the nutrition, just from the eye, ophthalmic implications of the astronauts being on station to the cognitive effects. Everything has a tie to nutrition. So the nutritionists, the veterinarians, and then they also need, the lawyers and the media specialists. So all of these fields have their place and have their important contributions to space exploration. So going to space is not for everyone, and that's okay, but there's a place for everyone. There we go. Oh, good, it worked. So I saw somewhere there was a question on studying physics and opportunities with NASA. So one of my favorites, because I taught physics for a bit, there are opportunities to do this. At Space Center Houston, in a lot of our programs, I try and put in as much physics as I possibly can. And we are working on specific modules for physics, which can supplement or take the place of some of the classes, because everybody's in such a different situation right now. And in addition, for high school students and college students, there are several intern opportunities with NASA centers, as well as with Space Center Houston. And we have volunteer opportunities with Space Center Houston. So we had actually one of the winners of the science fair a couple years ago, I think, interned with us. And he was incredible. It was such a delight to have him there. And a lot of our interns at Space Center go on to intern at JSC. And when you talk to the engineers and the scientists, the young career professionals at JSC, a lot of them do start their career as interns. And that is on you can just Google NASA internships, because it's called something like SSI, Student Space Internship, SSRI, something like that. But I just Google NASA interns because I can never remember what it's called. But there are tons of opportunities all over the country too.
This is definitely exciting news and opportunities for students who you may not have known as of today that Space Center offers. And so we love, if there's any other questions, this is now the time to ask the experts on board at this point. So far, we've had excellent questions, of course.
I also do want to say, if anyone is interested in becoming a mentor for these girls, or becoming a speaker for any of our programs that we have, you can also email us, and if you have interest in that as well. We're always looking for mentors, always looking for presenters for these girls to have. And even for some of our programs that isn't just girl oriented, we would love to open up and add on to our mentors for that.
Yeah, everyone would be most welcome. There are opportunities for everyone from 4 years old in our education programs to adults. And then also for teachers, if you have specific needs, the other thing that we do in our group is we run the professional development opportunities. So if you have specific needs, just feel free to contact us. And we do this all the time. We customize our teacher workshops for your needs. It's great to go to the general ones, but we really want to make sure that if you're spending your time, if your district is sending you your school, or if you're doing this on your own, that it's something of value to you. And we'd be happy to, help you out with that. And if you come up, on a unit or a lesson where you need assistance with, the other thing in our group is our Educator Resource Center. Every major NASA center had one at one time, but over the course of funding and different administrations, most of them have been cut. The one for Johnson was placed at Space Center Houston, and even though it's not really supported as much by Johnson anymore, we still support it. So if you need a lesson on quantum entanglement or black holes or, I don't know, methylation or something, we can help you with that.
And also in the chat, there was a question, where can we find the internship opportunities? And I see that that answer has been provided by Catherine. Thank you so much. So if you're interested in those particular positions for your students that you could share them with starting this Monday, then you can do so. But thank you once again so much, Phyllis and Catherine, for your time and delivering this wonderful information regarding Space Center Houston and the opportunities that lie not only here on Earth, but beyond.
Well, thank you so much for inviting us, and I hope we get to see you again and your students' work again, and just keep in touch.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so our next session will begin at 11:40. That is lunchtime, and so please go and get some lunch, come back, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks.
Okay, everybody, thank you so much for our next session. This is a very exciting time, and I want to thank our panelists, our ISEF panelists who are here to share some information as well as provide their experiences regarding the process they took within the journey of a science fair project all the way to International Science Fair. So once again, I would like to introduce our panelists. We have Smriti Gandhi. If you could say, raise your hand. Thank you. We have Kabir Jolly. We have Tanya Kumar. And there is Daryl Prevelar. So what I'd like for us to do is, if you could at this time, each of you just provide an overview of your experiences regarding science fair. What made you interested in science fair in the first place? What was it that allowed you to persist and continue to the point of being an International Science Fair attendee? So let me go ahead and start out with Daryl, if I could, please.
Yes, and thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm so happy to be here. Good morning, everyone. And Science fair for me has always been fun and interesting, because ever since I was little, I've always been extremely curious, and I've always looked for avenues to apply what I've been learning in the classroom into a practical setting. So science fair was a very easy option for me. Whenever I started science fair, I started freshman year. I was fortunate enough to go to a school where all the teachers supported me, and I was able to compete every single year of high school. I was able to learn all the workings of the scientific method, and from there, I was able to apply them in many different projects of different categories. I've done aerospace projects, medical projects, and they've all been interesting, and they've all I'm not I don't know. But yes, as far as moving on throughout the years, I find it easier to move on as I gained experience from previous years. Every year I've competed, I've been able to gain experience, and eventually the fourth time was when I was able to get to ISEF. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl, so much. Appreciate that. Tanya, could you please share your experience with Science Fair?
Okay, so I started Science Fair as a kindergartner, and it was initially a push from my mom and dad because they're both researchers. So I had like, that Tanya can do research. And so with that mindset, I started to learn about the application process and like how you start it with the question. And when I started seeing the impact of Science Fair and the question making process and how it applies to our life, I wanted to further learn and apply to different fields. So like I started off doing projects on salt water versus like regular water and how that impacts bean growth. And over time, like as I got used to making discoveries and making conclusions from my observations, I decided to go into the lab field. And so I started doing more of a medical perspective and studying different hormones and how they can be used for pregnancy complications. So I worked on development of blood tests to determine if a female has a certain number of eggs left and if she should consider going for the egg freezing program or if she has enough time to wait. And so that was my first year project in 2014. So I continued doing that in 2017, which was my senior year. I wanted to do something different. I was like, well, I've made all these skills. I finally have all this experience from Science Fair, and I know what it feels like to be in an audience where there's so many different judges that have given me so many different types of feedback. I decided to start completely different, and my ideas for my project usually originated from problems that were within my own family. So senior year, I worked on a blood test for preeclampsia after I had heard a story of my own aunt who had lost her child because of the incorrect feedback she had been given by doctors in the field. And so my journey has been primarily starting with a simple question, a push from my family, and going back through my family's own history to develop new solutions to these problems.
Thank you, Tanya. Appreciate that. Kabir, could you please share your story?
Sure. So I've also been doing Science Fair for a good amount of time. I started in 7th grade and I've been at SCFH every year since. So this was my last year of doing Science Fair since I'm graduating. My projects and experience largely surrounded exploring in the beginning, starting with some energy projects and then going into computer science, where I think through Science Fairs really I found like a field of interest that I was passionate about in around 8th grade. And ever since that, I've been really running with it. So I've been doing CS projects since then, and I feel like through Science Fair, not only are you able to take a project that you carry along for an entire year, but a lot of the skills, such as everyone that's spoken so far, they build upon each other. So especially in the field of computer science, where you get better at programming, you get better at research, it's definitely a process that builds upon itself, and that goes really well with Science Fair because, as Daryl said, it makes it easier to further, I guess, expand on your research and also the level of fair that you're competing at every single year. So I feel like the path to Science Fair, and especially starting early, really helps you build up right from the foundation through however long you want to go for it with, and then even beyond into research and a career. So I'm really thankful for Science Fair for that.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful. And Smitty, could you share your story too, please?
Of course, thank you. I actually started Science Fair in kindergarten too, and back then it was actually required. I kind of feel old saying that though, because it hasn't been required in so long. But after that, my parents kind of pushed me to do Science Fair, to continue doing Science Fair, and eventually it just became something that I really wanted to do on my own. So I started off doing some computer science projects, and I didn't really feel as interested in those because I am, I have a biology background and I'm really interested in biology. So I kind of moved forward, and I actually came across this article in 8th grade that really intrigued me. It was about solar panels and how researchers are finding new ways to improve their efficiency. But even then, those ways aren't very cost effective. So I guess I I just kind of took this article, and it was a gap in the research that I saw that I felt like I needed to fulfill with my biology background. So I actually, since 8th grade, I started working on this project that just kind of tumbled into bigger and bigger things, and eventually I went to ISEF with this project. I developed a solar panel with bioluminescent bacteria, and I ended up increasing the efficiency rate of the solar panels compared to what we have on the market today. And I did it with bacteria, which is actually, you can start a colony and then it'll grow on its own, so it's very cost effective as well. So I think science fair especially just kind of taught me how to find something that I'm interested in and kind of just go with it, no matter how afraid I might be, because I didn't know if it was going to work. And I'm just so glad that it did.
Thank you, Smitty. I appreciate that. So could you tell the audience here who's attending, where are you currently now? What are you currently doing at this time? Smitty, go ahead and start us off, please.
So I'm actually at the University of Houston. I'm studying Honors Biomedical Sciences. It's a program here for pre-med students. And I am actually a junior now, almost done. And I work at the STEM Center year-round. Along with science fair, we do quite a few different things for kids, and I really like kind of following those kids along the school year and making sure they're interested in science as they go on throughout school and throughout the years. So,
thank you, Smitty. Daryl, how about yourself?
I am currently at the University of Pennsylvania. I'm an undergraduate research assistant at the Perelman G. Green Center for Cellular and Molecular Therapeutics, and I just help around assistant projects, take care of cell cultures and other lab duties, and it's been a great experience so far.
Wonderful. Tanya?
Hi, so I am a senior honors biomedical sciences major at University of Houston, and I am currently applying to medical school, looking forward to that. And I'm doing research in the College of Pharmacy, and I'm primarily studying breast cancer. I'm also teaching this semester as a TA for organic chemistry lab. So it's been quite a busy year.
Wonderful. Thank you. And Kabir?
So I just graduated from 12th grade, so I'm still waiting for college to start, but I'll be studying CS at Stanford University. We actually start on Monday, and I'll be on the artificial intelligence track, so I'm really looking forward to it.
That's exciting. Absolutely. Well, I just want to be able to give our audience an opportunity just to see where you came from in regards to your science fair experience, as well as that of where you currently are. And I want to be able to open up questions to you, because I don't want this to be a one-way conversation. So for those who are currently attending, if you have some questions that you would like to ask these experts in the field, please go ahead and do so. You can either place the information in the chat, or if you'd like to just unmute yourself, you may do that. While we're waiting, I do have a question that you can, oh, James, yes, please.
Hey, guys, I've got to tell you, you are one of the most impressive group of young people that I've seen in a long time, and I'm really, really impressed. All of you should be very proud of yourselves. And I really like the fact that in a lot of cases, we're finding the time to somehow contribute, to our current generation of middle school and high school students. And the service you're doing, society, is just amazing. So thank you for that, guys. Thank you. I know Ms. Gandhi stated that she kind of got into her college path through her science fair project. And do any of the rest of y'all think that a science fair project or something you engaged in at a young age pushed you into the direction that you've taken now?
Sure, I can take that. I'd say 100%, yeah. So it's definitely, I guess, matching not only like where you want to go, but I guess starting out with the interests that you have. So a lot of colleges, they don't really make you like state what you're going to study right away. But I feel like through science fair, or at least most of my peers and a lot of you guys as well, really found something that you were interested in just in high school, even though that's something that not a lot of people, definitely a lot of people that don't do science fair, don't usually find. So I feel like finding that passion or that interest early on is what really guided me definitely to look into where I enjoyed this computer science programs. I did a lot of projects with artificial intelligence, so even kind of narrowed down computer science one step further into just AI and just really researching around on that. So I feel like definitely the interest really narrowed down through science fair moving on from high school.
I'd like to add to that.
Yes, please, Tony. I'd like for all of you to add to that.
So for me, I was actually confused if I wanted to pursue the medical path or the research path. And so my project kind of fell in both categories. And so one of my years, I actually held like a small little blood drive at my school. And Ms. Garza's here, so she actually helped me organize that. And so that was one of the experiences I had that kind of shaped me. Like, do I really want to pursue research and sit on the bench, or do I want to be able to communicate with my like patients and the people who are willing to donate blood for me? And so that was like through my process of building this project and getting the samples for this project, I was actually able to see that, yeah, I do like research, but I want to pursue the more like communication side of it. And that's another thing I got by competing at science fairs, is that all the judges I met, like some of them were doctors, and be like, you know, you'd be a great doctor because you can do so and so. And I'm like, you know, maybe I'll consider it. And that's one of the reasons I started shadowing. I was like, maybe, you know, medicine is the better path for me than research is, or maybe I can just do both. And that's also how I started learning about public health. And I've seen like, you start off so small thinking there's only one thing to do, but the more you go into it, the more people you meet, the more you realize that there's a lot of opportunities.
Daryl, how about you?
Yes, I would just add that throughout the years, I've been able to get mentors from various fields of expertise. One thing I like to do with my science fair project is I like to get mentors in the professional field. I always look in my area for expert on different topics. This will be extremely hard for the students of this year because of the pandemic, and that is one thing we should take into consideration. But my interactions with these mentors, either in the medical field or in aerospace or mechanical engineering, and my interaction with the judges when competing is also a great contributor to why I ended up pursuing medicine.
Smitty, how about yourself?
So I think science fair definitely kind of influenced my path, but maybe not in a conventional way, because I think it taught me more what I'm not interested in than it did what I am interested in. So I knew that, you know, I was never going to go into computer science. Like, that was not going to happen, even though so many of my early projects were computer science based in middle school. And I think that I through my current ISEF project, the one that I did from 8th grade to senior year of high school, I really kind of realized that I like the biology side of things. And, you know, bioluminescent bacteria really, it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with medicine, which is what I'm currently pursuing. But I think it just kind of reinforced that I really like biology. So I decided to study biology.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Excellent. All excellent responses. I do have a question in the chat from Emma Johnson. It said, what would be your advice for students who are doing science fair projects at home who may not have a lot of resources to use? That's a good question.
I can talk about this one a little bit because it's actually something that I struggled with when I first started off, was finding resources, finding connections, finding mentors. It was pretty difficult. And I think that my advice would be, if you don't have a lot of resources to use, you can always search for or create your own simulations. That's something that you can always try. And if that doesn't work, I would definitely try reaching out to, like, I made a lot of cold calls and emails at first. So I just kind of reached out to whoever was kind of in the field who was willing to help. And finally, after like a lot of emails, I got some responses my first year of doing this experiment. You know, people wanted to help out and donate their time, and that was something that I was really thankful for. So definitely just reach out to whoever, and you never know what responses you may get.
Thank you, Smitty. Would anyone else like to address that question?
Sure, I can add on to it as well. So I never did any of my projects in a lab or with like a year-long mentor, but I feel like for any large science project, it's impossible to complete every aspect of it on your own. So I feel like reaching out, even though you might not be able to meet someone in person, I feel like the communities online for science fair are really supportive, whether that's a forum or whether you find a research paper where 90% of the time you can find the emails for the researchers there, and just really just send them a message, just share how excited you are about their work, and they'll be happy to kind of just hop on a call with you or just reply back to your email or so on. And I feel like it's not only those people. You don't have to get like a big mentor if you're just starting out or if you're just kind of exploring in the early phases. But I feel like more than ever this year, a lot of teachers are being really supportive just within your own school. And I feel like that's definitely something that during the science fair process, sometimes people don't reach out to their teachers since it's not what they're, I guess, conventionally teaching. But definitely you can get a lot of support from them and guidance. Definitely something that I did, especially with the presentation aspect of everything and just really outlining everything from the start to the finish.
Great.
I'd like to add to that.
Please do so.
Kabir said that they don't necessarily have to meet you, and I think with the pandemic, that's something that's really, we have to keep in mind. You know, we can't meet people at coffee shops like we normally would, but Zoom calls are definitely a thing, as we know. So I would definitely try to reach out to whoever you can, and even if it's just like an email or two, you know, even if they contribute that much, that's what a mentor is. It doesn't have to be somebody who's with you along for the duration of the project or even the whole year, but just somebody who can contribute and help you out a little bit is enough.
I would just add that one of the most important things is that we must encourage the students to persevere in their creativity. Because one of the things I've learned from science fair is that no matter how big the problem, there is always a solution. And maybe this year's science fair could be communication based, and they may try to make some platforms specifically for the scientific community that encourages communication between students and professionals. So I think this is just another opportunity for students to pursue a different science fair experience. Or one of the things is what a lot of the previous alumni mentioned is to just look elsewhere for resources, because there are various forms, and it may not be physical, but the online presence is there for the students to tap into.
Excellent points, everybody. Thank you. There is another question. It says, do you think that ISEF helped you get into your dream college? So whoever would like to share first?
I will be honest and say yes, because I did mention it in my resume. But it is not the only factor. Colleges do look to make sure students are well-rounded in all aspects. But yes, science fair does play a very important role. One of the things is that if you're applying to a specific college, when you have the science fair experience, you can more freely express why you are choosing this particular field of endeavor. And science fair, yes, it did help with pursuing my dream college.
I'd like to.
Oh, go ahead, Tanya.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for me, U of H was not my dream college. but it may have been a little bit of a compromise, but that's okay. That's a different story for another day. But I think that ISEF definitely helped me build connections with the University of Houston prior to coming into the University of Houston, because I knew Dr. Domian, I knew Dr. Jacobs, I knew Lionel, and now we can all work together, and we kind of already established those connections. And now coming into work, I think it was just a really smooth transition to be able to go from a student to somebody who can now help other students kind of follow in my path. And I think that's really, honestly, it's gratifying. So I'm really appreciative of the opportunities that I've gotten because of ISEF and because of the STEM Center.
So what I wanted to say was, I know ISEF plays a big part because it says like you have been able to go to like a higher level, but what matters more is that you're consistent, and that if you are really interested in research, or you show that, look, I've been doing it for more than a year. For me, it means more than just the award. I actually learned from my experience, and I've made the connections, and I've learned the process behind it. That's what matters, and it's how you convey that to the admissions committee through your essays and your interviews that will actually get you to your dream college.
Yeah, I totally agree with all those points, and definitely do feel that way. That ISEF played a big role, and not just ISEF specifically, but just the idea of doing scientific research for numerous years at a time. I think the point about consistency was extremely valid, and definitely was something that I guess I think played a big role in admissions, especially showing that you're not only interested in research like in 11th grade, but hey, you've been doing it for a couple years, and it looks like you really enjoy it, and it looks like there's a chance that you'll be attending our school and also contributing to that kind of sphere. And I definitely agree with all those points, but it is definitely not the only factor. But for myself, I definitely put that as one of the main things on my application.
Thank you. And one thing, if I'd like to chime in, is it's always good to have your goals set as to where you want to go to college and identify what are those pros and cons of or needs and actions to be able to get to there. But life at times takes not a straight arrow, but it's a very curvature. But knowing that that curvature, though, makes that researcher and scientific perspective even much more fully aware of your needs, and also of your particular aspirations of what are you wanting to do. And so that's very key. So make the best of and the most of where you currently are, because that's the growing opportunities that you have before you. I do have another question. It says, what to do when we don't get lab experience during this pandemic? So I believe that you mentioned this a little bit already, that if you raise of hands, who did not have lab experience for your science fair projects? Okay, so for those of you who had, would you say, oh my gosh, now, because maybe this individual had a lab experience, so now what do you do? What do you think you could advise students to think outside the box in some form or fashion?
I think that this is a very difficult question, especially right now. I do work, I was working at a lab before the pandemic hit, and now I'm at home doing mostly data and behavioral analysis online. But as of right now, from what I'm seeing, it seems like lab work at institutions of learning or at hospital institutions are extremely difficult and may not be plausible, but that's just from my experience.
To add to that, I think it definitely is completely related to the field that you're trying to do research in, or not only the field, but the project you have in mind. There's some like cell research or so on, or bacteria research, that it is pretty difficult to do with a lab unless, like Smithy mentioned earlier, if you're able to find some sort of like biology related simulation or some sort. But I feel like there are certain fields like mathematical, or like Daryl said, where he's still working at the same lab but doing data analysis on maybe data that's already available or that's been collected pre the pandemic. That is completely possible, and in fact, probably you're not at any disadvantage by not being in the lab. And I feel the same way for a lot of math-based, I guess, fields of study, and definitely CS as well. There's so many free resources, and just if you have a laptop, there's a lot you can do if you keep poking around.
Thank you. That definitely is a question. I think that we're all pondering that right now, even in your college status, as well as students from 6th through 12th grade, trying to identify what's the best course of action to safely perform these type of scientific experimental designs. So I would like to ask, while others are still thinking about their questions, could you provide, what is your most memorable experience in your scientific endeavors?
Is that like related to, I guess, our projects or just our experience at the fair? Or
Well, it could be either. I'm leaving that open for interpretation.
Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and just talk about the ISEF experience, because after I think a couple years of competing at fairs, it's really like almost like a goal to work towards, and I feel like just the week of being at ISEF was definitely one of the most memorable parts of my research experience. And it's not something that you're going to have again, right? Because ISEF is not something that's available for people that graduate and go into college. They're more serious research symposiums and conferences and so on, but I feel like the fun element of ISEF and the peer element, all the connections that Smithy was talking about earlier, is really what makes it memorable. And actually, I already know like probably over 70, 80 of my peers going to Stanford as well, just because I've met them in the 2 years of going to ISEF and traveling there. And just definitely, if you're interested in doing science fair, stick with it. And it's a really good goal to work towards because it's an unforgettable week.
Thank you, Kabir.
I would definitely say ISEF was I always say that it's one of the best weeks of my life because it really, truly was. It was fun and exciting, and it was fun and exciting in ways that I wasn't expecting it to be. So, and I actually turned 18 at the end of that week, so I feel like it was a good close to and a good entry to adulthood. I think good ticket to adulthood. But definitely one of the things that I always talk about is this one judge. It was actually at district science fair, so like the first year that we made it to grand award judging at district science fair, this one judge, he was, I guess he was like the head judge or something. He said, when I was presenting, I was kind of walking him through like the scientific method, and he said, that's fine, that's great, but I want an elevator speech. So I want you to take it beyond just the scientific process, and I want you to sell it to me. You gotta sell it to me like you're talking to me, like you were on TV. And he said all of these things to me, and they just kind of really connected with me because I was like, man, I've been talking, I've been doing science for so many years and presenting, and I guess I just sound boring. So now I guess I just have a lot of pizzazz when I present. And I think I definitely attribute it to that science fair experience. So
I will also agree that definitely ISEF, my senior year, was the best experience ever. Though the week that I spent there, it's incomparable with any other of the previous science fairs. And I like to see how as you go up the different levels of the fairs, you can see how the level of expertise and the difficulty increases. And for me, I enjoyed the challenge, and it was extremely amazing. And the best thing was that throughout the whole process, I was able to meet 3 astronauts because my last project was space related, and they were all commending me and asking me very tough questions about my project, and it was unforgettable. it was unforgettable.
Yeah, so I definitely think that ISEF is incomparable. So I don't even want to talk about that. But like one of the more specific events was probably a district science fair. So whenever we'd get selected for grand award judging, I feel like Smitty, you could probably relate, but there was a set of judges who would come by and they were so strict, and you knew like they'd make us stand in a line. They would look at us like, are you dressed properly? Do you have enough, like, do you have makeup on? If so, is it too much? Do you know how to shake your hands properly? And it's just like so many small things. They would see you present and I'd get nervous presenting. I'd have my little pointer because I'm so short, and they'd just stare at me and say, stop presenting. You're like moving too much. And then I start stuttering. They're like, stop saying And that was one of those things, like, even though it was so scary and terrifying, it's been with me for all these years. So every time I try to go and I'm like, I say, I'm like, nope, that judge is going to be mad at me. He's probably still thinking that I told all these people, and they need to remember that. So I would definitely say that was one of my like most memorable aspects, and actually learning from that experience and taking it forward and like being able to present a little more confidently now.
I totally feel your pain, Tanya. I totally, every time I say or if I'm a little boring, I'm like, oh man, that judge is probably still thinking of me and still scolding me a little probably.
So I'd like to piggyback on that conversation of sharing, because that's priceless. What tips or strategies can you provide teachers and the students who are here today with presenting your information? Because scientists and engineers can be so ingrained in their work, but yet it's that communication piece that is vital to speak to not just only your same level of understanding, but also to different variations of individuals. So from each of you, that's a question for you. What are some tips and strategies you can provide for students and teachers?
I'm going to start with this one. So one of the things I feel like you need to know who your audience is. And so in the field I was, actually the first experience I had was a lady who did not know how like her body worked. So for me, I was like, that kind of sounds a little bizarre. I feel like everyone's taking biology, but then I realized like over time, like you take your own jobs and you don't realize like those small things. And so when I was talking with her, I was like, you know, I need to talk to her the way I'm talking to my sister. And so that's one of the things I say is, before you go for science fair, talk to a little kid who has no idea what you're doing. Because if that child can understand you, or if they can even remember one or two sentences or a major takeaway, that means that you've done your job. And so, like, yeah, it's easy to go into the scientific perspective and say something that goes over someone else's head, but then you're not conveying your point. Like, the whole point of science fair is to advocate for your research. And if you can't do that to a little kid, then don't expect like another person to understand what you're trying to say. The other thing is I struggle with speaking really fast, which I'm probably doing right now too, but it's one of those things, like, make sure people point out, like, you're speaking fast, slow down, or, you know, stop moving. So it's one of those things, like, you need to, before you get ready for actual science fair, have like other people, your friends or your teacher, someone just listen to you and like give you those small tips that you may not think about because you're so focused on your project itself.
That's wonderful tips. Thank you, Tanya. Absolutely.
Yeah, I totally agree with practicing presenting and especially in front of as many people as you get the chance. I think the main speech itself is something that really comes with practice, and the more you do it, the better you get at it. Something that a lot of people, I think they're thrown a curveball is when it comes down to Q&A, because you can't prepare for the Q&A. Especially as you get further and further into fairs, there's different people that know more or they know less. And as a result, maybe you have to not really dumb down your speech, but just convey it in a more straightforward manner or in a more complex manner if they want to ask questions that are a step up. So I feel like what's one of the most invaluable things when I was practicing is that not only doing it to as many people as possible, but like literally forcing them to ask me questions, because if I could account for just a couple of the things that they might ask, it really makes you think of the different ways that you might want to modify your presentation, because they might ask something that you've never even considered before. And I feel like that's these kind of central elements or these key elements that you might have just overlooked before is something that really ties very closely with your presentation, and is definitely something that can really just help you out and just make it easier in the long run.
I would also add that as far as presentation, it is what you present and how you present it, but it also extends to your display. So making sure the board, and I don't know how online works, but making sure whatever the material is presented is communicated effectively, so that if the judge were looking at just your presentation, it would effectively communicate the basis of the science fair project. And I would also add a great point by Kabir and Tanya. And I would also add that you, as a student in science fair, you are not expected to know the field in which you entered into. You are expected to be an expert in your project, but not an expert in the field. So being ready to convey precisely what you were trying to do, what your goal was, and what you have done is very important. And if you are corrected as a student on an expert in the field, you have to know the distinction between, oh, it's about the project, so I can kind of answer it, or no, it's about the field. I can say, no, I'm not familiar with that. And being earnest also helps you out with the judges.
That's all excellent advice that we need. Smitty, would you like to add to that as well?
I think they pretty much covered it all.
and this virtual world, as Daryl had mentioned, it's going to be on a different variation. So for those of you who are experts in ISEF alumni, this first round will actually be a PowerPoint slide voiceover presentation where there will be email communication back and forth to that of the judge and the student. That's round one. Round two is going to be through panel of judges, but it's going to be a face-to-face virtual platform. And then, of course, the same would be for that of round three for the Grand Award judging. So, you know, with that in mind, you have students now that are having to pivot from what they first expected as in a face-to-face world of having that conversation and seeing those nuances and being able to respond to both not only the mental capacity, but also to the physical facial expressions, to now it's more of this first round. It's what you actually know and what you put and how you present that within a slideshow. So knowing that, I'm going to put you on the spot for a minute, but I'm sure that in your experiences, you've done many PowerPoint slides before. Do you have any advice for students who are embarking in this journey for this year's science fair in that type of field of presentation?
I definitely do. I actually did capstone at my high school with Miss Garza, actually. So we had this program, or AP College Board has this program where we kind of learned how to present our research in kind of a scientific journal format, and then also present it in a PowerPoint format. And I think I actually learned more about PowerPoints my senior year than I have, and my junior year than I have in my entire career as a student. And I think it's important to probably kind of go out and explore like what makes a good PowerPoint, what makes it look good. Like something that was kind of emphasized, it's a really small thing, but it was emphasized, was that your background should be dark and your text should be light. And even that small difference makes like a world of difference, right? Like, because usually you would think, okay, well, I'm gonna have a white background and then I'm gonna put my black text on top of it. That, like, reversing that just completely changes the mood of the conversation. It makes it look a little more sophisticated, a little more polished. And that's definitely the vibe you want to be giving to your judges. So I think it's very important to kind of explore those professional tips for PowerPoints, and I'm sure that you can Google it and find it. And I think that it's also important to like Tanya said, know your audience. So yes, they're judges, but also they may not know as much as you do about your project. You need to be an expert in your project. So make sure that you convey confidence in your voice and you're going to rock it.
Yeah, and I also did AP capstone, so that's funny. I didn't know they taught black backgrounds and white text in other capstone classes as well. But yeah, that's definitely something I've gone through over the past 2 years in AP capstone. But actually more recently is this year I competed in a different science fair, which was entirely PowerPoint based. And all the levels advancing on that were PowerPoint based, even when it was in person, actually presenting the PowerPoint in person. And I feel like one of the biggest things about PowerPoint is that, well, actually, I'll talk about two things. The first thing is timing and how important timing is. So given the fact that it's an online fair, especially when it's in person, it's usually a little bit more flexible. You have a rough idea of where it is. But on the online fair, it is very, very important. I'm assuming that they have a cutoff at least for the online format. And I feel like practicing that sort of timing between your slides and how much time you want to dedicate to this and that is extremely crucial for two reasons. One is that you don't want to overload the audience with all the information. Just because you're talking faster doesn't mean more information is going to stick with them. I feel like if you just kind of throw everything at them at once, some of it is just going to go out 1 year, which is a little bit unfortunate. So make sure you plan for that. Speak slowly, concisely, take pauses, allow them to have enough time to actually read through your slides. And that segues into my second point, is where you don't want to have too much on your slides. So in all of the things that are in the fair I was just mentioning, is that actually about half of my slides had no text at all. It was just one big diagram in the middle. And then the ones that did have diagrams had maybe 2 to 3 bullet points tops with about 10 words each on them. So really almost nothing at all. I was saying almost everything that I wanted them to really soak in. And on the screen there was almost just a prompter for myself to remember what to talk about at that time, and then a diagram which was not only for myself but also for them to have some sort of visual depiction and just have some sort of memory association between what I'm saying and just what I'm trying to draw. So I feel like that's crucial. It's crucial even for a triboard to have less text and more diagrams. But more than ever in a PowerPoint format is something I feel very strongly about, and I think that's super effective.
I think that's such a good point. You really want to make sure that you're the star of the show. Your judges have to be focused on you, and kind of your PowerPoint is just sort of a prop. And I know that they can't see you and they can't see your facial expressions, but they can hear in your voice your confidence and any vibe that you're trying to create is like from your voice. So make sure that you're definitely the star of the show, and your PowerPoint is just kind of supplemental to your presentation.
Yes, that's a very good point. Especially you want to set the tone for the presentation, share your enthusiasm. Most of my presentation skills that I've learned learned it through a design competition I competed at NASA. What they tell you at NASA is that the text has to be professional, that you should not be reading the slide, that they should be presented in a bullet point format, and they should not extend beyond one line. It's very similar to what it seems like Capstone is teaching. And one very important thing is what I'm thinking about is the presentation of data. It might be very important to not present them graphically or any information that can be conveyed pictorially, but I would say that it would be effective to present things in a different way and not just through text format. And the vocal part will be extremely important. That's where most of the information should stem from.
The other thing I wanted to say is, I know since it's just voiceover and no one can see you, you'd be more likely to want to read a speech. But I'll just say, like, right now I recorded a presentation for undergraduate research day. So I wrote a speech and I was going to read off of it. And let me just tell you that your emotions do not get conveyed and the pace just does not get set. So even though like you think you'll get an easier way out of it, it doesn't work. So just try, like, you know what you've done. So just convey it. It's okay if you don't include every single detail, but just make it seem like you're enthusiastic about the work you did and you've actually learned through the process. Don't read a speech. If you need to, like, look at points, do that, but it's better off to just go with what you know and move on with that.
Wow, what valuable information and expert opinions that you're providing for students and teachers, because this is very key, and especially since we're all in this COVID environment. It helps to be able to make that personal connection despite a screen in front of you, by all means. So I do have another question here that's in the chat. And if you could go back to high school, competing in the science fair, and do it again, what's one thing you would do different? Daryl's smiling. You want to be the first one to approach that question?
Yes, because one of the things with science fair is the first time I competed, I was very unfamiliar with the whole process, and the first time was just testing the waters. But what I would do differently is definitely getting more involved earlier in the process. When I was younger, if I knew more about science fair and all the opportunities there, and it would end up being something that I would actually enjoy, I would have definitely started a lot earlier. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Joe.
I think something that I would change is probably start kind of this sophisticated level of presentation a little bit earlier than I did. And of course, I appreciate the learning process and learning curve, but I think that if I had started earlier, then maybe, you know, I would have gone to ISEF twice, who knows, you know? But I think that, like, going back to that one district science fair judge, he was just so harsh. He was like, you know, when I first started doing this project, I'd have my double board and then I'd have paragraphs on my double board, and it was just too much. And he again reminded me that, hey, like, if you were on TV, there was no way in heck that I was going to read all of this information. So you need to justify every single inch of your board or your presentation. You need to tell me why it's there. And if it doesn't have a reason to be there, then it shouldn't be there. And I think that that's something that I wish I had learned earlier. It would have probably helped me even in school. But I'm glad that I learned it anyway. So.
One thing that I would say is the value of being able to reach out or ask for help. I feel like when I was starting out in science fair and even in 9th grade, I think the mindset that I had, which I will admit that I'm not perfect at it, definitely by any means, but the fact that I was having the mindset of like, oh, okay, I'm just going to struggle with this problem on my own for weeks and weeks and hours on end, when maybe just reaching out to someone, they can solve the problem that took you 10 hours in 10 minutes, just because they know something that you don't. And that was really made apparent. Actually, one of the funny stories I like to share is that one of my projects, it took around 32 hours to train like an artificial intelligence model. So every time I would make a change, I would have to wait 32 hours before I could see the result and make another change. It was a real pain, but doing that over and over again basically added up to hundreds of hours when I realized I had one line of code that there was just a small thing. So frustrating, but definitely put me on the right track that, hey, maybe you've run it twice, you've already spent over 60 hours on it. Just have someone else just take a peek at it, and it'll just take them a second to glance over it and point you in the right direction. And I think really switching gears between, okay, I'm going to struggle on this until I figure it out, to just being open to just asking for a little help sometimes is something I would go back and do. And I think that's something, yeah, definitely my answer to the question.
One other thing I would say is I wouldn't necessarily change like the projects I did, but I would change like the mindset I had. So I used to get very intimidated by the people I competed with, especially being in like the medical category. Somebody told me freshman year, like, don't think you're going to go forward. You're a girl. I was like, what is that supposed to mean? Like, you're going to face a lot of criticism. There's going to be so many competitive people, and their projects may look more professional than yours. But what matters is how you convey it. And so that's one thing, like, I went back, I would change, like, you know what, my project's good. Like, I don't need to worry about someone else's project. And that's one thing that will actually impact the way you present as well. Because if you always think, oh, I'm not good, my project's not good, or look, the person on my right presented so well, I need to do better than them, then you're always going to be in this competitive mindset, and you won't enjoy the actual experience. And that's what I feel like science fair is about. It's not just about your research. It's about, how do I have fun at these opportunities that people don't have because they didn't do the work that I put in to get here.
Wow, absolutely. Priceless gems of experience that we can take and hopefully run with, because that's so key, especially for the wisdom that you're able to impart to the students who are currently in that high school setting or middle school setting, and then be able to turn around and hopefully heed your advice because that's very key. So there is I have another question for you. Since we have our teachers here, what advice would you give teachers to help their students? Because you were in that position. And so, and if we have any teachers of your teachers that are here, maybe they would like to chime in as well.
I was extremely thankful to have a teacher like Miss Garza. I'm just going to put that out there. Like, I understand now that, you know, I work with a STEM center. I understand that not all teachers, unfortunately, are on the same level of brilliance as her. So I mean no offense, but I really was just blown away by how amazing she is and how dedicated she is. She spent time over winter break with us so that we could do our project. And I was really thankful to have a teacher like her. I think that's something that everyone can do, is just kind of be there for your students. I feel like sometimes it's easier to interpret what they need before they even ask. And I think that that's a true sign of a good teacher, is when they can tell that, you know, this is what the student needs without them even asking for help. Because, you know, us students sometimes aren't always confident enough to ask for help. And I think that something else that's probably a big deal now with the pandemic and with our virtual format is I think if you could make like a one-pager on like what makes a good presentation, what makes a good PowerPoint, kind of that sort of thing would be really helpful to the students, for sure.
One thing I might suggest is, like, since we're doing it over PowerPoint, right? So even though students may not be able to present to teachers, they can have like small group meeting between either people who are doing like physical science or life science, or everyone together. So you can get like different input from people like your classmates and other teachers. And that way, like, students know like where their work is right now and how they can improve it, or how they can approach it in a different manner with the current COVID circumstances.
For me, three teachers have really impacted me in my growth throughout science fair. Dr. Fox, Mr. Walker, and Ms. Cantrell. They've really impacted me throughout the years. One thing that they did very well is not only to inspire me to pursue science fair coming into high school and not being very experienced, they taught me how to think, how to look at the world through the scientific lens, how to ask the right questions so I can get the answers to what I'm looking for, how to manage my time by setting deadlines. There's so much that my teacher contributed to my project, and as far as making sure everything was organized, making sure it was well formatted, meeting deadlines. Teachers are very impactful, and they definitely helped a lot throughout the process.
I totally agree with Daryl. We went to the same school, and I feel like that was something that was very important. Is I guess we're focusing a lot on our own work with a lot of encouragement and a lot of, I guess, structure that's given by the teacher. And we had that in place through like we had mandatory science fair meetings if you were doing it for credit in our high school. And I feel like that gives some sort of structure. And even though you might not be able to make it mandatory if it's a club at your own school, or you might not be able to offer it for credit, if you are able to give some space or some time that's devoted, maybe just 15, 20 minutes to just saying that, hey, this is how far along we are in the year. Science fair is coming up on this date. This is maybe where you should be at, and just providing a space for encouragement surrounding all that structure throughout the year. I feel like that's extremely invaluable, especially given the situation this year.
Great pointers for educators. It's always a wonderful benefit to be able to hear from your students as you have provided that information, and that feedback mechanism is very key, because as educators, we try to continue to strive to give you the best learning environment and experiences, so that way you can grow to be that person. So I would like to, I know that we just have a couple minutes before we are ending this session, and I tell you what, I'm not, as we're in this COVID world, one thing I'm very grateful for is that I get to see you all, even though you're maybe in different parts of the country, and that's a wonderful thing for today. But just to close it out, I'd like to, if you could just say, what is your aspiration? What's your ultimate goal, what you would like to do, and what is your last word of wisdom that you would like to impart for today?
So I am an aspiring physician, so I'd like to be a doctor someday, and that's the ultimate goal. That's what I'm working towards. And I guess my last kind of word of wisdom would be just for the students to do what they can in the present. Don't be so worried about the result. Don't be so worried about, I mean, definitely work towards your end goal, but maybe don't be obsessed with it. Be obsessed with the now, because now is what you can change, and you can do what you can now. So focus on the now.
Thank you, Smitty.
I can go next. I'd say I don't have a clear goal in mind, just starting college right now, but definitely something in the artificial intelligence track, whether that's down the entrepreneurship or business route or down the research route. I think college is a great time to kind of explore both and see what you really click with. So I'm looking forward to doing that. My final word of wisdom would to be creative as well. I think Daryl was talking about that earlier. It's definitely key during this time, given all the situation, and just really think of new ways to do things, and it'll pay off in the long run.
Thank you, Kabir.
I can go next. So I'm aspiring to be a physician. And so one of my main goals is, I have a lot of interests like in arts and crafts and in educating. So my goal is to be able to combine all of those as a physician, primarily a pediatrician, and being able to break that the communication gap between the patient and the doctor. And so one of the things I can say, especially with how the situation is right now, is that in every challenge, there's an opportunity, and it's what you do with that time to make that opportunity bring fruit to your life. And so even though you may not have the resources right now, there is an opportunity for you. You just need to dig deeper and find it.
Thank you, Tanya.
For me, I'm not really sure what I aspire to be, but I am pursuing a bioengineering major because I do hope that I will be able to apply engineering principles into the field of medicine and combine those two fields and try to do amazing things. My last word of wisdom, I know that earlier we talked how science fair has been helpful in me getting into a dream school and so on and so forth. But the goal is not to get into a dream school. The goal is to positively impact your environment, to live the world better than you find it, and to go out and try to change the world. That's the goal. The goal is to leave a good impact. That's what. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Smitty, Daryl, Kabir, and Tanya, thank you so much for spending this hour with us at our ISEF conference for this year. You are amazing individuals, and I'm just excited to be able to see what your future holds and how you are going to be changing this world for the better of it. And thank you for all the teachers and the students who are participating, administrators as well, for this session. So with that, I say adieu. Please reach out to us. Still, we are here for you to assist in as you grow and continue on in your pathways for your schooling. So thank you once again. This session will now close, and we will go ahead and turn over for our next session. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. This was really helpful and insightful.
Thank you, Ms. Garza.
Hey, this is Dr. Welch. Do I need to like log out and then back in again?
No, you're all good. If you like to photo, we're going to go ahead and start our next section. So thank you so much. Hopefully you had a good lunch, or also a good lunch session, learning a lot of new things that you could take and share with others of your peers. So today we are in a session of Teacher as Mentor during a pandemic, and this is a roundtable conversation. So, and this is going to be hosted and spearheaded by Donnie Welch, and we thank you so much for
You're welcome.
being here, and we can team tag. This is just, we want to be able to have this conversation because we're all in this, and what can we do to help our students? That's the main goal overall. So with that, Donnie Welch, would you like to tell us a little bit about your bio of what your experiences are as a teacher and how you've helped students in science?
Oh, wow. I've never had a bio before. So let's just go with the fact that I've spent like the last 8 years acting as a facilitator for high school science fair projects. I know many of you guys are mentoring too. And then for 10 years before that, I was acting in capacity as the science fair coordinator for our high school in Friendswood. So that's what expertise I bring to the table. So all of you who are teachers here for science fair, you already know what that means. That means that we're winging it every single day, and we never delete the old version of a copy of anything because we still might need to go back to it. I don't know about you, but everything's we are going to change for COVID. It is definitely staying in a file because hopefully we'll never need it again, but sure as you delete it, you will. So, yeah.
And sometimes it makes me wonder, should I still maintain those paper copies? Because now that everyone is on the grid.
Yeah, yeah. I do actually have a binder with a hard copy of everything, but it's the hard copies of the latest. I never thought of saving the oldest, you know, but here lately, a lot of things have changed. And as our schools keep changing what they're using for their platforms, right? Is it going to be Moodle this year? Or is it going to be Google? Or is it going to be Canvas? You lose a lot of things that way as you recreate stuff.
So Donnie, can you tell us a little bit about your experiences as a mentor?
Well, it varies from year to year because it depends on what the project is. I do know that I spend a lot of legwork at the front, just like the kids will say that the hardest part for them is coming up with their idea and trying to develop into something that has an originality component. I'm spending just as much time per kid and trying to make sure that I'm an effective devil's advocate so that I can help them stretch that into something that moves them a little out of their comfort zone. They need to be familiar and they need to be comfortable with their starting point because those are the kids that that can move forward more successfully, right? But then if they only stay in that comfort zone, they defeated the whole point of science fair, which was not a nice ribbon or trophy, or like the young man said prior, you know, getting into your dream college. Those things can actually happen without science fair. It's about what you learn and grow from in how to think, how to process, how to critical think, what the difference is between the two, and potentially opening up the world of science and engineering in a way that you hadn't really thought was personal before. So
those are great points. I really like the idea of, you know, students always want to be able to know what is the right answer, what's the right thing to do. And especially in the world of a scientific experimental design, that's not the case all the time. And I'd like to kind of tag as what you said is that you like to be able to play opposing parts or questions So maybe for those who aren't so used to being in that role, what advice do you have, or strategies or tips to be able to help those students further that conversation?
Well, the main thing is to remember that from day one, when they walk into your room, is that they feel very comfortable with the fact that this is their project. So everything that I might say, that a qualified scientist might say, that even a parent might say, they get to override. So this is their learning experience. We're just helping to try to make sure that they're making the most of it. So every single student is different. I kind of let them lead off. And the first and best way to do that is say, tell me what you're thinking. Why did you choose this idea? Is it the category really that you're interested in? Or did you where'd you find the idea? What are you using for your sources? Oh my goodness, a blanket Google search is probably not the best avenue, you know? So every child though is different. Some of them already have mastered and they understand what you mean by database. That's great. So you kind of have to take each one step by step and then bounce off of them. And I am very honest with them. You know, when you start talking about telomerase, my eyes glaze over. And so when that young student made me learn what that was, I did not want to, because bio is my enemy. But I was surprised at how much I actually enjoyed it, and that maybe not all of bio is my enemy. And I just kept reinforcing that to that student, you know, that isn't it exciting what you're learning? Isn't it exciting what you're teaching me? Keep them in the driver's seat, keep them feeling positive, help them through the hurdles, make yourself available as much as possible. I answer emails in the evenings and on the weekends, on the holidays, and sometimes it's just because they're having a panic attack.
Wow, those are excellent points to make for students. If you have any questions for us, and please go ahead and put that in the chat, or we'd love for you to unmute yourself, because like I said, this is a roundtable conversation. This is just not a one-way lecture by any means.
Absolutely.
I'd love to be able to hear from others' experiences too, as how have you mentored? Because we want to be able to share our best practices within this session.
Hey, I guess I'll jump in. I worked with Donnie for many, many years. And I guess one of the things when we're trying to figure out a idea, sometimes the kids just are totally lost. And so I start with, well, what are you interested in? You know, what sports do you play? Do you play a musical instrument? Are you an artist? Are you in the theater? You know, what sorts of things do they like? And then we work from there. Are there any things that are interesting that you don't know about or you've wondered about? You know, had a student try to design a helmet for soccer because she had had a bad concussion the last season. And if it's something that's important to them, they're not going to die going over something for 6 months or longer, and they'll still have enthusiasm when the project's over. So sometimes it's as simple as just asking them what do they like, and then we work from there. So that's worked for me a lot.
Elena Garza had a fantastic little flow chart she uses with her kids, where they list 3 things right off the top that interest them just in this. On a whole, even at the high school level, the students have no idea how much science is integral in their lives. You know, so if they're all into theater or they're all into makeup, they don't understand that that doesn't work right. You can't use those lights and those filters correctly unless you're using science behind it, and even the chemistry of the makeup that's being used. So it's kind of exciting to them when they realize that something that's just their regular life they never thought of in terms of science exists. I only get disappointed when their hypothesis is not proven and they don't want to move forward with their project. They don't want to share those findings with others. And that's always a big hurdle for me, is making them understand that there is great value. If the science world actually approached it like that, if the engineering world actually approached it like that, we would have almost nothing today. You know, that's why it takes 10 years to create the most perfect pill to address your high blood pressure issues. You know, that fall down and step back up, you know. So I'm wondering, just toss out my own question to the people who are here. What are you looking at in terms of trying to find qualified scientists for your students these days? Because there's so many labs that have closed their doors or have, you know, they're the restricted access, or it might be because they're actually working virtually for big components of their career. And we are trying to find those people to support our students. I personally have gone out into just my local area. So just looking for, even if it's a plumber, it's an electrician, trying to find resources for those students to then follow up on. You know, of course, I always help them. They write their rough drafts of their emails to outreach. So if you have any ideas.
Great question, Donnie. Absolutely. So someone did say Skype a scientist. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that.
Oh, I am.
That's what they're using. And in fact, I have as well, to be able to, now there's a nominal fee for that, but you in so many ways are able to choose that career, that genre of STEM that you would like for that scientist to speak to for those students. I can also say that the University of Houston, if you're interested, I could, and so could Dr. Ron Doohan, help to be able to funnel some of the students' interests. I've spoken to our partners of corporate, and they're looking for ways to mentor students right now because of the pandemic. These are heavily volunteer corporations, but yet now that they have been stifled because they can't meet face-to-face, they're trying to figure out how to meet those expectations corporately. But I'd like to hear from the rest of y'all.
Yeah, this whole session is about giving you a chance to voice where your concerns are when you're mentoring your students, and us to kind of pull all of our own experiences so that we can get richer answers. What you think of, I may not have thought of.
So I'm fairly new to all of this, to competing, you know, at the regional level. That we've only competed twice at the regional level, once at the state level. And this will be our 6th year of having campus-wide science fair at our middle school. And however, with all of the help from SEFH, I'm now starting to work with our local university, Lamar University in Beaumont, and it's moving very slowly, but it started with, you know, getting a couple of professors from there to come to our campus fair, and they were just amazed at, you know, what the kids are doing and really wanted to get involved. I also run a robotics program, and so just recently, through the help of my parents, reached out to a local company and received a large donation to up our program a little bit. And the lady that came to deliver the check said, hey, you know, any way we can get involved in education is, you know, that's what we're all about. So I'm really working now on just really developing those partnerships with community. It's like I've been working on this the whole time, but it's just been a huge struggle. But I think I'm kind of a little more inspired now that I've got, you know, like 2 or 3 people listening. So I'm just really reaching out through community. So I know that's not a huge input here, but
no, it is.
But people do, you know. And I mean, we live on the Gulf Coast, and so we've got, you know, lots of refineries around here. I know Houston does as well, and several people who work at the refineries, parents who work at the refineries, have said, hey, you know, get us involved. So so that's we're growing our program and really working on getting more mentors, better judges, and growing that way through our getting the mentors and the judges from our not just the university, but through our professions around the area.
Thank you so much for sharing. I sure do appreciate that. I'd like to call on Dr. Perez-Sweeney because I know that you're in middle school, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we're in a table conversation, so I can't see everybody, but I just wanted to, if I could, garner your experience. Maybe she's taking a lunch break.
It's possible.
There's another question as well. And so if there's anyone here in middle school who's teaching middle school, the question was, is there any tips on mentoring middle school students? Because middle school students are a completely different population than they are in high school.
It's true.
So do we have any middle school experts in the session that could help at least address one or two tips on that?
I am a middle school, and like I said, this is going to be our 6th year, and just a little bit of support that we have from our community. The students are much more respectful and give a much better ear to our visitors, whether it's in person or online, they listen to them, and it's like, oh, somebody different is showing up and showing interest in me, and so it makes a difference. So regardless of where you're pulling them from. So my students love interacting with the university professors.
Even high school, because we have had several years where our high school students have gone to the junior high to meet with the kids and give them some advice. And there's something about hearing somebody who's definitely been through that stuff that they trust the opinion from more than just, another adult in their life, I guess. So if we say, oh, that would be that's fantastic. I like the science of it in terms of your interest, and I know you can build a project out of this, but we probably should not blow up your front yard. They take that better from someone who's in high school as a student than from the teacher, so they make great resources. Reach out. If you work at the high school, maybe encourage your students or reach out to the junior high teachers and science department and maybe set up a date where they can have just a meeting after school, and high school kids will come there and the junior high kids will come there, and they can just break out based on major categories.
And that's a great idea too, Donnie, and the fact that they could probably even do it easier now because they are home, so they could do that virtually. And
virtually, Zoom. Right.
There really is no barrier as to, well, I don't have a ride or a vehicle to get me to that location. It's just, we all have the technology device, hopefully, to be able to make that happen. So that's great points. John and Gail Colwell did mention in the chat, says, I think getting them to branch out and read some articles they might not have chosen on their own can give them ideas. They find concerns that they might not have previously had. So to the group here, and thank you for doing that, for mentioning that, how do you get students to read articles, first of all, where they may have reservations, especially if it's not an area of interest?
Oh, but is it? Because they don't know if it's an area of interest until they've actually read some kind of small article on it. Tell you what, science news, science news, science news. I get 10 magazines and they leave my room and they go to another room. They rotate around. And when they finish their test or they finish their assignment, they get those. Well, now they're online too. you know? So it's a great way for them to read little blurbs about things and ask, just like you said, those questions that they didn't realize they had.
And I think that's actually so key too, because students don't know what they don't know what to ask. They only know within their small, isolated environment, and we have to be able to, as educators, broaden that perspective that much more so. So, and so we have Phyllis here saying, provide articles on the same topic on several levels as well. So that's something that we have to be concerned about, I would think, is the readability level.
Yeah, we were going over, I can't remember what, I think it was black holes or something. And so and we were talking about Hawking radiation. And so I had a newspaper article, like Popular Science, Science News, Scientific American, journal articles, and then Hawking's article, which his original paper on it, which was only maybe a page and a half, but it was a page and a half of Stephen Hawking. And so I just laid them all out on the table, and I said, take whatever you like. And I was really surprised at the number of kids who they took a couple of them, but they also included Hawking's article. So they can see how a journal article is written, but also have something that's a little bit more accessible. And that's an issue we have with a lot of not only the journals, but when we have scientists come and talk to the kids, they have incredible information, but it's not always accessible. So we always include an educator with them to kind of, do that in-between level. But by having a variety of levels present, it's really good for them. And then it also gets them to go back to original sources, which is always important.
Absolutely. So as a representative of Space Center Houston, and is there any other provisions, because you're on that side of things also in that research center mind, that you could provide the teachers with the mentorship capacity as well?
Well, one of the things that comes up, the question to the kids and even teachers, is we had some teachers in, we were flying an experiment on a high altitude balloon, and they were coming up with their questions. And this was short term. They had a week to come up with the questions, fly it, get the results. And the most common question I asked them after they came up with an idea is, how are you going to test that? It's a great idea, but how are you going to test it? And getting them started on that. And then once they pick that up is just referring them to different people. Well, I don't know this, but I know another scientist who knows another scientist who can probably help, and here's some information on that. And we also spend a lot of time on getting the students to stay away from Wikipedia. It's like, if you want something on Mars Science Lab, go to the Mars Science Lab site, and go to the original source and get your information. And for a lot of us, it's, it's like kind of when you're looking for a job, you tell everybody you know, and you hit up your friends. And so I do that. I'm contacting a lot of my friends from graduate school. It says, hey, got this great program, and I know you're interested in, just talked to a woman I was in graduate school with, who's a cave diver. I said, how about coming and talking to our kids? She's like, sure, I'd love to. And the scientists are typically just so excited to do this. We're just honored to be able to present the results of the twin study, the Year in Space study. And we invited the 10 scientists on the team to Space Center. And Catherine Walker, who's on the call, was with us. And for each of them, we developed activities that represented their experiment. We only did one, and then the other scientists were like, well, I want one. And so they were out with the public and with the kids explaining their science to everyone. And they had such an incredible time doing it. So most of the scientists I have worked with are just happy to share with the kids.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Phyllis. I appreciate that information. I'm sure that the others here as well do. I'll ask you this question, and this is for everyone here too. How do you help students get over a mental block?
For us, the ones when they start their experiments and they run into something, let them know that a block is okay. It happens all the time. It happens to scientists on all levels. Kind of what we were talking about this morning, like science is messy. And then just, backtrack a little bit and let them talk really, and just listen, and then put in some help where you can. Say, yeah, I had a mental block. I was doing an experiment with, caloric content of different worms, ran out of worms, couldn't find the ones I needed, and help them that way, and let them know it happens all the time with, athletes, artists, and scientists.
That's very true. I'm going to bring into the conversation, if I can, Dr. Ramon.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you help students at your high school get over a mental block when they're trying to research that scientific reasoning?
I think the most important thing at that point is just being there for them, to be a sort of someone who can bounce ideas off and who can articulate for them what they cannot articulate for themselves. And that's really what a mental block is. They don't know where to begin, so they need someone to pull it out from them. And so when they start communicating to me, I don't know where to start. I'm at a loss. I'm overwhelmed. Oftentimes that's the start of it. And me as a teacher, and I just recognized that, and I started, okay, let's do this step by step. Okay, have you identified your problem? Have you identified where are you at? Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where they are at. Even if I do have an idea where they are at, I want them to try to articulate that themselves, pull it out from them. And not necessarily, it's not always that I give them a suggestion, because sometimes I realize they can actually do the suggestion, they know what to do. They just don't know how to articulate it. And so I pose them questions, simpler for them to answer. And by that, they pull themselves out of it. And this doesn't happen in one sitting. Sometimes it happens over a period of time, and I just need to be patient with them on that one. So we tackle it one at a time and chunk it so that they're not overwhelmed. These are especially true for the kids who are really wanting to vie for qualifying for the regional fair. Because I also have a lot of students who are just doing it for a grade, for example, because we're integrating it into our pre-AP curriculum in our campus. And so I recognize where they are at and then work from there. I don't push students who are not wanting to compete, but I do devote time for those students who want to qualify, because that's critical for them. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's very important to be able to know when to push and when to reserve yourself, because you don't want to fluster the students. You want to continue to inspire. So thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Ramon. There's a couple of other thoughts that were in the chat. One is going back just a bit about mentoring the middle school students. When what they did was they were able to, their high school feeds into, of course, middle to high school, but they were able to create a mentorship program and initiate that. And that seems, this is from Michelle, so thank you, Michelle, to have been a huge impact. So perhaps that's something that you can consider, is on the higher level of high school, to be able to get those students who are interested and provide that community outreach, because that near peer mentorship is very powerful, better than us speaking to them.
Absolutely.
My opinion.
I can actually attest to that one, because for a couple of years now, I have a tie-up with our feeder pattern school for our campus. And actually on a yearly basis, they actually ask me, okay, it's our time to do our science fair. Can you provide that with some judges? And I always tap my Science National Honor Society students because they do need their volunteer hours. Also, I encourage students who has participated and qualified for the regional fair. And they're so excited because they know what judging looks like, and they can actually do that with the middle school students themselves. And so every time I always get that feedback from our middle school, our middle school that the judges that we send, even if there's junior, seniors, they actually do really a good job at that. So.
One thing I liked that they did last year, these high school students, which, because I've always like, don't touch Wikipedia, stick with reputable original sources. And these high school students said, no, you start at Wikipedia because that's like just finding out common terms. So they were like, you just dig through and find, because you'll link into different categories within that one broad topic. And then you'll get your common terms that you're going to do your actual research with. So it's not a source they use, but it was astounding to hear the kids being told they could start there. Like instantly that opened something for them. And then they were able to go and find kind of some of those key terms they were able to use and narrow down better for actual research, which changed how I talked about it in class then after that. It was I thought that was a pretty neat, I hadn't even used it in that regard before. And I thought that was a neat way to look at it too.
I agree with that. That's very true. And also a lot of people say don't use .com, but then you're going to miss out on all the popular science pieces that are out there. So I think limiting them to just .org limits them too much. So in fact, it's sometimes like I find it helpful. I just give them a list in advance of all the popular science resources that they can start with. And because we have middle school students, they usually stay at that level with popular science because they have a really hard time reading the, the original source. But they'll go to the original source sometimes depending on what their topic is. But then, for high school students, I imagine it's very useful for them to go to popular science as well, like Science Now, and then use that as a launching point to then go to the JSTOR or other articles in Google Scholar. And hi, everybody. Sorry I'm late to the game.
Glad to have you on. Thank you so much, Beatrice. Absolutely. And actually, Teresa was saying there's also good references at the bottom of Wikipedia sometimes. Mm-hmm. And I think that sometimes as educators, we try to be a little bit maybe more protective of where students need to find that information because perhaps we don't know what their prior knowledge is based on, do they know how to conduct those research skills? Because before we release them into the research world, we need to provide them with a tool belt of keen research capabilities, of giving them examples. And so I'm going to leave that open and ask you, how do you do that then for your students?
I give them a list of resources to start with, where they can start. So if they have no experience in doing research, and looking up information, I give them a list that they can start with. And the list is pretty diverse, including nature, science, Discovery, the Discovery Channel, PBS, all of those. And I also give them, I don't know if this is going to help, but I also give them like a graphic organizer where they have to put down their reference and their notes. And so what I tell them is first start with just copy pasting the link and write notes and write what's relevant and important to you, to your research question. Like write what helps answer your question that you have, and then just click the link. Put the link that you got the source from. Later you can go back and put the proper reference in, and so that helps them too.
That's a great idea, especially for the middle school students. As to, they may not have had that opportunity or experience on the appropriate way of note-taking.
Mm-hmm.
That is a skill that still needs to be taught, but sometimes goes to the wayside because of assessment taking. But it's something that's a lifelong skill that students need to do. And so I think that would be definitely, as well pointed out, one of your first steps is how to take that note, how to annotate that type of documentation, and then from there, how to make sense of it all. And I'm sure that Donnie and Teresa and Dr. Ramon, you probably see that in high school as the skill sets. And so if we could maybe go in that direction, is what are some areas that middle school teachers could help foster skills so when they get to high school, these students might bridge that gap? Because I could tell you the trend in science fair is that we have students who are super excited in elementary, beyond themselves, about science fair. And as they get to middle school, they have a little bit more variation of opportunities that distract them from perhaps the science fair road. But then when they get to ninth grade, after ninth grade, we see really a large drop off in our data of attendance. And so how could middle schools help to be able to foster that continuation over ninth grade? So I'm going to provide the platform for our high school teachers for the moment, if I could.
I've got one thing maybe to add. Before I was at Space Center, I taught high school. I taught physics in high school. And we asked the kids graduating, going into college, how they felt as far as their preparedness. And this was also compared with national data. And what came up all too often was the lack of ability to conduct research and the lack of understanding. And I think that's a huge thing, is giving them opportunities, the more opportunities, and also something we're starting with in our research segment of the STEM pathway is to let the kids know what research is. We did one small study because we found out through some of our surveys that kids didn't even have a good understanding of what STEM was. So we had them pick out STEM careers and not, and a lot of them couldn't even recognize STEM careers. So we make a point of any time an opportunity comes up to say, yes, this is research. It can be in any field, it can be anything, and kind of open their eyes a little bit. And our first opening pictures of our research course are showing the diversity of research. So a lot of people just think it's somebody in the lab with their little white coat that's clean. It's never clean, it's got stains and rips and everything. But you also might have somebody on a boat holding up a fish, or somebody in a cave, or somebody doing observational psychometric studies. So showing them the incredible diversity of what research is, and then relating it back to what they do in their everyday life. I want to buy the new whatever thing, iPod, whatever. You're going to do research on your options. So just kind of starting with what they relate to and going from there, but exposing them to different types of research has been a big help.
Thank you for that information, Phyllis. Appreciate that.
So in my case, in our campus, we tried to make a big deal out of it. I've tried multiple different ways. At one time, we actually did a campus lunch of science fair. 2 years ago, I actually invited an alumni who went to international fair, and she did our lunch for us. And students got to ask questions. What was her experience and what was the benefit of it? And just so happened the one I invited actually made a career out of science fair. She ended up like top 5 in the class, but she's the only one who went to MIT because of her science fair. So that actually creates a motivation for a lot of students. And we try to start that from the grassroots from 9th grade, because if we can create excitement at the 9th grade level, it actually becomes it persists on the higher levels. And so we, in addition to that, so when we do our campus competition, we try to recognize a lot of the 9th grade projects, even if their project is not really up to par. We still want to give them recognition for it, and we try to bring some as many as we can to regional fair. And then I always tell my students who go to regional fair, when you come back to the campus, make a big deal out of it. Show your excitement, share your experience with your classmates, so that next year they can go.
I don't teach junior high, and I never have, but I've raised children and grandchildren. So what I've noticed is that the transition between elementary school and junior high, when you say they're starting to decrease their engagement, in elementary school, they're just excited about any new thing they learn or see. It's just so amazing, right? And it seems like in junior high now, it needs to transition to the more empowerment of actually doing the discovery on your own, or the creation of something. No matter, I don't want to be told by an incoming freshman that I can't do that. You know, that's not my interest, whether or not you can do it. My interest is whether or not A, you're safe while you're attempting, and then B, what are you going to learn along that journey of trying to make it happen? And maybe it will happen. And that will be your biggest surprise, is like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that was all hiding inside me. But regardless, everything we ever experience, we take something away from. And I think those junior high kids are really needing to feel that empowerment, as if now they can move into that, you know, partial driver's seat. Even as you were saying, sir, about it may not be the most impressive to them, or the most impressive when you look at the projects that have competed. It's certainly impressive in their firsthand involvement in it, so to speak. And it filters up, that apathy filters up to the high school too, because I think when they lose that chance at empowerment, then when they move up to the high school now, unless they think it's something that is going to get them into a specific college, it's not as big a priority. I struggle with that, trying to get students to come in, trying to get them to be involved in it, because they just want to know, is it going to raise their GPA? That's not my big picture.
Well, one of the things that I always preach to my kids is that you're doing a long-term project. How many adults can say they started with something in the fall and they were still working on it the next spring, whether it was 100%, you know, worked, which it never will. That wouldn't be science if you already knew what was going to happen. But just being able to finish out a 6-month project or a 9-month project, you know, how many adults can say they've ever done that or do that? And that was always something that I tried to push through for them, and whether or not they ended up being a scientist or a doctor or, you know, PR person or whatever, just being able to finish out a long-term project was a huge accomplishment for anyone. So that was one of the things that I would always try to push through.
I think it would be fantastic. I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
So those are excellent points, absolutely.
I would love to see more students starting in junior high participating in Zooniverse. It's your chance. We just did that because of I hadn't used it. I had abandoned it for a couple of years, but we needed to be virtual. And I couldn't go into the lab with what we used to do for scientific method. And so we went back to Zooniverse. And I could not believe the number of my students that were stating that there was no science connection when these are citizen science projects. And so you could go in and you could actually participate in that data validation, that data collection process, recognizing that that was a form of experimentation. They were participating, but then on top of it, that it looked like history to them because maybe it was something about a world war, but it was science too. That was pretty exciting. So that did bring in some kids' interest right off the bat.
So Donnie, could you expand a little bit on Zooniverse and what that is? Because we may not all know what that.
Okay, it's you can find it just by Googling zooniverse.org. You do not have to join. There will be a whole stream of projects that are going out there where a researcher has collected a lot of data. It might be an endangered animal, and a lot of the pictures were taken with infrared cameras at night. And they need to identify whether or not that endangered organism was there. Or they're doing a certain population account, even if it was an endangered organism. And so then you're going online and you're seeing those images, and then you're answering questions on it. Do you see, there's one on penguins. How many penguins do you count in this image? And then after there's enough validation, so it's not just one person, they stress over that. They're like, what if I'm wrong? Okay, well, they're waiting for enough validation from people. So 100 or 200 people out there have said that they think that this is that endangered organism, and that gets shot over to the actual research scientists, and now their team specifically looks at it. And within all of those different projects, it also tells you who's actually doing that project and what facility or what research university is doing that project, and they can read about that too. So it's fascinating, and I just have them go through the scientific method with it. If you were writing this project, if you were doing this, designing this, then what hypothesis are you basing it on? And they have to try to figure that out on their own, that kind of thing. And they actually collect some of the data. And I already have several students, we just did this the first week of school, and I already have several students tell me that when they get up in the middle of the night and they can't go back to sleep, they're getting on Zooniverse and they're doing data collection. And I'm like, yeah, science. Just an idea.
That is so exciting. And thank you so much for that idea, because that's, I think, a great segue for our conversation is, what are some resources that you have found to be very valuable in advancing your students' understanding about their scientific research? So Donnie just said Zooniverse. Is there anything else that you might use as a go-to type of resource in your tool belt?
For teachers, the Google Science Fair curriculum is really excellent because they have modules there. I've used them in the past to help my students figure out what's a good project for them to use. Plus the videos for Google Science Fair winners, like 2 minutes long, gets them excited because they're very simple, but the impact's really good. So I've used that one a lot.
Thank you. And Dr. Perez-Sweeney she put a biointeractive.org in the chat.
Yeah, so that one is really, that one's really helpful for helping students understand just how scientific thinking works in the scientific process. And it also has like videos of people and their research projects, talking about their research projects. So I think I can't remember, somebody was talking about that before, just having students listen to somebody else's experience about collecting data and their difficulties and things like that is super helpful and super great. So that's one of my favorite resources right now. And I also like the Google Science Fair. It had a lot of handy graphic organizers.
plug Ceph as well.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's very nice too. Thank you for doing that. That's fairly new, isn't it?
That's 2 years, about 2 years old. So we do on our website have curriculum for both the science as well as engineering. And it takes you pretty much step by step with scenario-based type of instruction for the students and the teachers. You can utilize that. It's not a step-by-step lock key. You can infiltrate whatever you need to within your instruction. So that's there for your use for free as well.
Yes. And this one also, there's
what was that one you were just talking about?
Oh, SCFH. Can you put the link there, Dr. Domjan?
Yes, I will do that.
And then there's another one that was surprisingly, I found it by accident, Science Fair Central by the Home Depot and Discovery Education. I found it through Discovery Education. And they also give like different types of questions that students can ask without like giving them the whole layout like Science Buddies does.
Yeah.
So it gives the students room to think and grow.
And that is, of course, you mentioned Science Buddies. I think that's at least, if you don't have anything, that's a good place to start. Start having your students think about potentially what they could conduct, because there is that tab at the end that provides you to do that experiment on your own.
Actually, if anything, that's a good place to look for procedures. Science Buddies.
That's a good point.
Yeah, a good example on how to write it out or think about how to do science.
So the resource that I shared also in the chat regarding our curriculum, if you would scroll all the way to the bottom, you would see science curriculum, and there's also engineering. And there's also annual seminar. So that's also the location that we will be providing those resources of recordings for you to reflect back on.
What's become one of my favorite stories now is that I had two gentlemen that did a team project a couple of years ago. And they were freshmen, and they wanted to invent something that they could not come up with real value for. You know, a windshield wiper for your side view mirrors. Doesn't really have a big social need, but they were adamant that they needed to research that. They were very excited about it. So of course they need to do it, right? And so I told them, well, I want to see some really good engineering there. This is not a science fair. I want your engineering goals. And watching them evolve through that process and keep raising their own bar as they went through it. I mean, they didn't make something at the end that could go to market. But even at competition, the feedback from the judges about how impressed they were with their engineering design. Now, one of them is a senior, and he's going into the field of mechanical engineering. This is what he said he's going to do now. I'm like, what do you know? Because he was the one of the team that wasn't actually interested in engineering. Guess he was wrong, right?
That's pretty cool.
I'm gonna lose my.
You know, that is really cool to say that. And that's one thing too about being in Texas, is that by 8th grade, our students need to choose an endorsement of their interest in order for them to move forward into high school. And if those students are not exposed to STEM careers, then that's going to be a difficult journey for them to maneuver through. And so I give you all kudos for trying to provide the world to them in a small amount of time.
So even though I'm fairly new to science fairs, I've been a robotics coach and teacher for 16, going on 17 years. And one thing that in the beginning, and I've learned to really back myself off on how much I give input into what a student's idea for a project is And along the same lines, sometimes I'm, used to, I would say, oh, that's not going to be a good product. It's not very usable. It's not marketable. It doesn't have a global need. And so at some point, I wised up and realized, okay, I can't do that. I've got to let them work through. And so I've had some students who come up with some things that it's just like, okay, that's just not, I'm thinking in my mind, but I'll let them go ahead and work through. And they work through until they get to where they realize, okay, this is not a good product, but there are things out of there that they can utilize, and then they can move into something, and they can work themselves into either a process or a product where they can use some of those ideas. And so it's kind of like it's just they're brainstorming where they start to realize, okay, some of these things were good and some of these things were not good. So it's just that growth and the struggle.
Mm-hmm. But that's real science.
That's real science. It is. It's wonderful.
Yeah, one
the
of
kids
the
are
things,
amazing.
Yeah, and speaking of that, one of the things I was thinking about, because I was thinking, how are we going to do this without a hallway? The kids, well, some of us anyway, HISD isn't starting until later, bringing the kids back to school. So the hallway was a great place because I would stand in the hallway and kids would just come out asking those kinds of, well, this didn't work out, and then I would ask them a question back, and we'd just have these dialogues that would work out. And I was like, well, what am I going to do without this hallway where they can just stop me? So I was thinking about creating like a hallway chat line on Teams or something.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But yeah, those little sidebar discussions are very helpful, like you were describing.
That's a really good idea. So I've asked that we have another platform, but we don't. But we're just using Google Classroom right now, and everyone has to load through there. And at one of our training sessions, the lady that was training us suggested that we turn off the students' ability to comment, just through the classroom. And I thought there were so many good conversations that the students had between themselves. If if I were in a meeting or something and the students were trying to get an answer to a question back during the spring, they ended up getting into those conversations by themselves. And so I just can't, going forward, I just can't turn that function off, because they're helping each other. They're learning to use each other. There's some silly, so you just go hide those and let the rest of them keep going. So,
yep,
that's where they find their voice. It really validates their thinking. So.
These are wonderful conversations and sharing of information. And I also want to shout out, thank you so much, Crystal, for providing that information regarding the Science Journal with the google.com. If you take a look at your chat, apparently that's going to be taken over by Arduino.
Excellent.
So now is the time to take action on that particular resource, if you could. Oh, and Crystal also did find the new link too.
Team effort here.
That's awesome. Wow, is this free?
That's a good question.
We can go with the was confidently, but the now, not so sure.
Give it a try.
I guess we'll see what Arduino does.
But they have a lot of stuff out there that of their own as a company that is open source. So high hopes, right?
Yeah. Oh, it does say free and open source here.
See, there you go.
Nice.
Excellent.
Pretty cool.
Thank you for sharing that.
So, looking at this conversation, and I appreciate you participating in this roundtable of trying to share those resources. It's even more important because we are in this COVID environment. We cannot be isolated. We need to continue to interact with one another. because you may find that resource that might be that answer to your students' needs or vice versa. But we are definitely, as a science fair, here to support you in your endeavors moving forward, and giving you those particular types of resources. And as a kind of spoiler alert, Dr. Rondu and I are looking to potentially do maybe bi-monthly type of meetings in the evening in case you have questions, especially on Scienteer or any other capacities. We don't want this just to be a, well, great to see you and good luck with that. It's a program that we want to continue to support your interest and investment and time and effort and dedication as you leave your legacy within the students that sit before you. So we thank you so much. Donnie, is there any last comments that you would like to make to the group?
I think just make sure that you remember that you're not alone. If nothing else, when you start to have your panic moment or your brain is just really tired, find the next closest junior high, middle school, high school, and go to their main website and find somebody in that department and just email. Because we're not alone. And that is the great thing that this virtual world has brought us, is that we didn't used to think we could, you know, we had parameters that weren't really necessary. We can open those doors.
Well, those are wonderful words to abide by and also to take away with. So thank you everybody for participating in this session. This session is now closed for Roundtable. However, we do have 2 more sessions, another session with 2 more classes. We have Start a Science Fair Club as well as Judging Matters. That will start at 1:50. So thank you so much everybody, and look forward to seeing you at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for participating within the ISEF conference this afternoon. And so you are in the session of Start a Science Fair Club. And we are joined by 2 groups of phenomenal individual students that they are going to share their experiences of how they have addressed starting the Science Fair Club at their schools. And so I have a team of students. I have Jay Petrop. Raise your hand, say hi.
Hi.
I have now Lakani.
Hi.
And do we have your 3rd member of the team here as well?
He's at a debate tournament right now.
He's at a debate tournament. Okay, tells you the caliber of these students. And then we also have Emma Johnson.
Hi.
So we are going to share, for each group, we're going to share about 25 minutes, and they're going to be able to share their experiences of starting a science fair club, what they are doing in the community and interacting, and being able to have those conversations. So let me go ahead, if I can, and work with Jay and Nell. Can you go ahead and start that process, and I'll stop you about at 25 minutes and then have those extra time frame for Emma Johnson.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, we actually won't take up too much of your time. It may be less than 25 minutes.
Well, that's okay. Then that allows more time for questions and answers. That works.
Yep. Okay. Let me share my screen.
Sounds great.
All right. I sure do hope everyone can see these. Okay.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, awesome. So we're going to use this time to talk about, it's not exactly a club at our school. It's more of an organization called Emerging Innovators. And it deals with promoting science fairs and research, especially among the younger population. We're just getting started. So just to give a little introduction, so my partner, Niall, me, I'm Jay, and we have another partner, Abhinav. We're the founders of this group, and we go to the Dulles Math and Science Academy. So Science Fair has really been a central part of our, not just academic lives, but just our lives in general for the last 8 years or so. We are 4-time grand prize winners at SEFH. We won first place at TechSef, and we're 2-time finalists at ISEF. And we're really grateful that we got a lot of scholarship money from Science Fair, and it's helped us out a lot. So about our organization, Niall?
Sure. So this is going to give us a brief overview of emerging innovators as a whole. So as Jay mentioned earlier, it's not just a school club, though we do have our own school club. But the goal of emerging innovators is that we want to reach all students in at least the Houston area, because though there is a large concentration of people who participate in science fairs in, for example, like one school district, we noticed that there is a disparity amongst others. And so that's why we wanted to reach a little bit larger scale, as large as we can handle. So we're aiming for Houston right now. Hopefully we can expand, but we are a nonprofit organization. And some of the things that we focus on mainly are research and science fair competitions, but we are planning on having general, like competitive academic seminars in the future that might, for example, teach a particular topic for a competitive test or whatnot. So we are planning on broadening our horizons in that aspect. But for now, we are currently having seminars on how to start the research process. And we're going to talk about some of our guest speakers in a little bit, as well as some of our future programs.
So yeah, now we're just going to talk about some of the stuff that we've been doing and that we're planning on doing in the future. So we're hosting virtual seminars on Zoom. So these are just going to tell students important information about the science fair process, because science fair is, as much as we expect it to be, it's not just about the research project itself, right? There's also a bunch of important things about delivering the project and presenting it to the judges, which like explaining its importance and everything. So we're hosting seminars to teach students, especially younger students, how to present their project, how to put it together in an effective way, and also stuff like coming up with ideas and getting in touch with mentors. And like Niall said, we're also featuring guest speakers. So these are going to be sent out on our website. We're going to have the presentations posted there for students who can't come to the live thing itself. Yeah, so that's what we're doing right now. And we also have some additional resources that we're going to offer. So a lot of students, they may not have science fair clubs at their school, which is a big obstacle to, sharing science fair with everyone. So we're also going to offer students like one-on-one guidance on how to find a sponsor for a science fair at their school, like a science fair club at their school, and also flyers and stuff to help share this club with students at their school. And we are experienced with founding and running science fair clubs because we have one at our school, and we sort of have had to start it from the ground up in a sense, because in the beginning there weren't a lot of students who were interested in science fair. And now we are fairly successful because we have the most state qualifiers in our district, our school club, and we have the only ISEF qualifiers in our whole district, which is Fort Bend ISD. And we're hoping to share that success with other schools in the future. Niall?
Yeah, so in an attempt to share this success with the rest of the Houston community, we have launched the mentorship program. So I'll go in a little bit about this. So what this mentorship program is pretty much working one-on-one with each one of our teammates, the 3 of us, with a group of 5 elementary schoolers and 5 middle schoolers. And what this mentorship program would look like is students would submit a proposal or an application, and we would select a few students that we think that we would be able to contribute to their projects and help them gain experience and just overall teach them how to successfully complete a science fair project. And the reason why we are mainly targeting elementary and middle school students is because one thing that we noticed was that starting early definitely puts you at an advantage. And we're speaking from experience because our first science fairs were in the 4th and 5th grade. And even though it may have been the conventional like baking soda volcano, we think that it contributed to just presenting what you know really well. And over time, the ideas get more complex, but the fundamentals are definitely stay the same. And that's one of the most important things when it comes to success in science fairs, as we believe. So other than that, as I mentioned, it would be a one-on-one mentorship throughout the year until science fair season is over. As always, all of our resources are completely free. But unfortunately, because of that, we're only open to a few students, but specifically for this mentorship program. One of the best parts is that because we want to teach students the fundamentals, no research experience is necessary. So the goal is to help promising students from the ground up develop this experience so that they can one day spread it amongst their peers and their students and whatnot.
Yeah, so since this is an application process, we will have to send out the application. So we'll give everyone like contact information at the end. So we are going to have like several guest speakers featured on our virtual seminars. And these are highly accomplished people in the sciences, like students, as well as we're also planning on bringing on professors who are leaders in their research field. So now I can talk about some of the programs that these guest speakers have been to and have success at.
Sure. So we tried to incorporate guest speakers because we thought that although having the experiences and tips from the three of us would be nice, it would be even better to have a wider array of opinions. And so that's why we brought people from other disciplines as well. And so some of our guest speakers that we have online and actually have in the past are previous competitors of the following competitions and programs. So obviously we have some ISEF participants and winners. We also have a few Regeneron STS scholars, which is a competition for seniors, similar to ISEF, except you submit a project and then they pick 40 finalists instead of a few thousand from around the world. And this is only open to US citizens. We also have a couple participants from like summer programs, summer research programs. So one of them is SSP. So this is a selective residential research program in which students either study biochemistry or astrophysics. And so we also have one last program that we have that our presenters have been to is MIT Primes. So what this is, it's a little bit different in the sense that you apply by completing a problem set, and then one or two professors from the MIT math department mentor you throughout the year to complete a project in which you write a presentation as well as a paper, and then they fly you out to MIT to present your work. And so the reason why we chose this broad array of backgrounds is because the students, for example, participating in MIT Primes don't necessarily complete a project in the same way as, for example, an ISEF participant would. And so whatever the interest of the student may be, we wanted to account for that, because obviously an engineering project through ISEF is very, very different from like a pure mathematics project from MIT. And so we wanted to bring in this wide array of opinions as well as tips from our guest speakers.
Yep. So just to elaborate a bit more on our guest speakers, some of the guest speakers that we have lined up, they're really successful students. Here are some of the students. We have Nitin Parson, who is currently going to MIT for computational biology and biochemistry. He is a Regeneron STS scholar, and he is one of the top 300 researchers in the US in the competition. And he's also participated in some other competitions, not just research-based, which we hope to have him on for that stuff as well in the future, in case students are interested in non-research-based competitions. So the USA Biology Olympiad, he's one of the top 5 students in the nation. And we also have Andrew Kai, who is a participant in the MIT Primes program that we talked about earlier. And he has a lot of success in mathematical Olympiads and competitions, such as the USAMO and the Harvard MIT Mathematics Tournament. And we also have a few SEFH favorites that we have lined up to speak. One of them is Kabir Jolly, who has won grand prize, well, I don't know the exact number, but several times at SEFH. and he got second place at ISEF. So he has an asteroid named after him that we can look up into the sky with and see with a telescope, I guess. So yeah, we really have a diversity of guest speakers who have their own interests and perspectives that they can bring. So we hope that this really helps students get a lot of insight into the research world and science. So here is some information. We'll copy paste it into the chat in case you're interested. So if you check out our site and sign up for our mailing list, you can stay updated on all the new opportunities that we have for students. So I'll just send that in the chat. Niall, did we forget anything?
No, I think you got everything. But definitely make sure to fill out the interest form, even if you think you might be slightly interested, and please pass it on to students if you have any, because we might have even at least one workshop or two that they might benefit from. So this tiny URL link for the interest form is not binding in any way. So just please check it out. And if any one of our programs interests you, you can always drop by for one, and that can be it.
Yeah, so I don't know if question time is like right now or if we're going to do it all together at the end, but please, yeah, feel free to type questions in the chat or anything. And we also have, like, since this is for science fair clubs, I just wanted to mention that we also have a science fair club at Dulles High School. So I don't know if any students, I'm sure that it's going to be difficult to find students here that are from Dulles High School, except, yeah, just in case. I think that's all for us.
It never hurts to ask, Jay.
Yeah.
Definitely so. Well, fantastic. And thank you so much for sharing. So would you like to share your website? Because you do have a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, sure. Do you want to do you want us to like share our screen and go through the website or something?
Absolutely.
Sure, of course. Yeah, let me share my screen again. Okay, cool. So our site, I copy pasted the URL in the chat in case anyone is interested. So here we just have some information about like our mission and everything. So like we said in the presentation, like I just wanted to emphasize again that all of this is free, by the way. Like we're not charging for any of this, of course. And yeah, like we said in the presentation, it's just going to be a bunch of tips for students to succeed at competitions like SEFH, ISEF, and all that, guest speakers, a mentorship program. And we're going to help students start from scratch in building a club at their school. Here's a little image of the Dulles Science Fair Club. And we do have several links for the interest form. So just if you're interested, fill that out, or if students are interested. We're going to be uploading the presentations. It's going to be here. So if anyone can't make it to any of the presentations, we will be sharing them. We're not sure yet whether we want to share it as a YouTube format or the presentation itself. But someone is saying the second link doesn't work. It says you don't have permission. Which link is that, sir? Is it the one at the bottom?
I believe it's a tiny URL, perhaps.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Let's see.
I think now I was able to reply.
Okay, cool. Awesome, thanks. So yeah, our sessions will be there with the little calendar that we'll update. And here's just some information about the webinars and the stuff that we're doing. So in case you're interested, you can just scroll through this page. This is talking about our webinars, the resources we're providing for starting science fair and research from the ground up, and the personal mentoring program. So be sure to fill out the form so you can get information about that. Here's a little thing about us three, Niall, me, and Abhinav. We just have some background here. And we will be adding guest speakers and their little pictures here in case you're interested. And one last thing, if you have any questions, here's a little question and answer page here. So just some general questions, you can check it out here. Yeah, that is pretty much all that we have to say at this meeting. But yeah, thank you so much for your time. And thank you, Dr. Damian, for the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So glad that you're able to participate and be able to share your innovation with the students as well as the teachers. And what I'd like to do is just take a couple more minutes, and because we do have some educators that are here, and the question may be, well, how do I help students start a science fair club? And I think that's definitely key. And so that's one of the questions that we're going to kind of table, but just to think through that during the next presentation. And so we'll have a response of trying to be able to scale this up larger than what we can at this point.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I guess it's Emma's.
Yes.
spotlight.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay. So can y'all see the Science for Scholars webpage?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is the website I have created for our club. So let me first start off introducing myself. My name is Emma Johnson. I am a senior at William D. Travis High School in Fort Bend ISD, and I am one of the co-founders of Science for Scholars, which is under the umbrella of the U of H STEM Center. The other co-founder is Varia Parthia, who was in Clear Creek ISD. He is now in college, so I've taken over this fully. So starting off on the website, I will post the link after the run through. But while going down, we start off with exploring STEM through Science Fair. So there are three main points. There is leadership opportunity, community work for U of H STEM Zone Saturday, and benefits. With the leadership opportunities, starting a club, your students will be able to be the president, the VP, or the ambassador. I highly recommend, if they're the ones starting the club, for them to be the president and then fill the other spots with the other members. With the community work is a big part of the outreach program we have. We work with elementary, middle school students and some organizations like the University of Houston STEM Center, Kids Lives Matter, and of course, local elementary and middle schools. And then the benefits of Science Fair, which y'all may know from doing Science Fair and working with your students, but of course you can do win scholarships, paid internships, go to the state and international fair like they were just talking about previously. And a main part is you get to meet with like-minded peers, and so they can outreach and help each other collaborate. And of course you get to go through the scientific process. So while we're scrolling down, it will come to volunteer opportunities, which I will get to in a few pages. And then we have our quick access. So we first have the Science Fair video here from the Science Engineering Fair of Houston from this past year, which y'all have seen from the welcome. And then on the right side, we have our calendar. So here you can see that here's today on the 12th. This is our meeting, and this calendar is updated daily. So there will always be new notifications coming up. And then here we can see Make Your Mark, which is helping students across Houston start their own Science Fair club. And so this is a main part that Science Fair Scholars wants to help with, is outreach to other kids in other districts to help their own Science Fair club, because I know high schools may not have Science Fair in their districts and they lose that connection going from middle school to high school. So that is the main part. And then we have STEM Zone Saturdays, which is one of our outreach programs, which the 26th will be our first day doing it virtually. So when we scroll down, we also have testimonies from students that have already graduated and are ISEF alumni, and actually students who are still doing Science Fair to this day. When we go to About Us, this tells our mission. And like I said before, Science Fair, we want this to bring the Science Fair competition to the high schools that may not have it. We are focused on having a student-run organization to give leadership opportunities and roles to our fellow students that they can put on to their resume for college, but it is helping them build up that leadership skill. And then, of course, our mission is to inspire STEM education as well as give back to the community. So our founders and sponsors, of course, like I said before, I am the president and the founder of Science for Scholars. And then we have Dr. Heather Dongyan, of course, who is the executive director in the Science Engineering Fair of Houston and STEM Center. She is one of our partners to help start up this club to outreach to all of the districts across Houston. And then here, since I go to Travis, this is our sponsor, Mr. Heinmarch. And then when we scroll down, there's a little bit about us. So I have been competing at ISEF for 6 years and have won many awards, including the paid internship at the Houston Museum of Natural Science, 3rd place with the Houston Astronomical Society, and received a Jacobs Award. And I am very passionate about helping others in STEM and giving back to the community. So for our outreach, and like I said, and I've said multiple times, it is very important because giving back to the community can produce more, our future generation to be more included into the STEM fields. So as you can see here, we have a button that will take us to the actual U of H STEM website. And then when we go back, it tells a little bit about it. So this outreach is for 1st through 12th grade students who are in the 5th and 3rd ward, as well as surrounding school districts. And then this provides the students to connect with industry leaders, engage them in STEM activities, and become career-minded, because that is very important. And then the other outreach program we work with is Kids Lives Matter. And this is a nonprofit organization that supports at-risk students through a variety of STEM opportunities. And you can actually see in this photo, these are the 10 students that I was able to mentor this past year, and they got to go to the science fair this past February. So you can click on this and it will actually take you to their website so you can learn a little bit more about them as well. And then as we scroll down, you can see more photos from the science fair, and then of course the STEM events for Kids Lives Matter, as well as we can take them on additional field trips to broaden their knowledge in STEM. We also have a contact. So I have my own science fair club email for the kids to contact. And then I also have created a Twitter and Instagram account so they can get updates through social media. I have also created a Remind. And a Remind is very important, as all the teachers know, so you can stay in contact with the students, as well as update them on the next meeting. Is there any volunteer opportunities? But this is just a 3rd way that we can stay in contact. And finally, of course, starting the Science Fair Club, and this is the major part. And I have actually named it I titled it on my website, Make Your Mark, because these students, they're going to be making their mark at your school and then leaving the impression on all the future generations to come. So I thought it was very important. So here we have the sliding slides. So this tells a little bit more about the club as we're going through. So here you have the flyer, and this can be updated, and there are downloadable documents on the website for the students that have started their own club to download and modify to what they want their club to look like for science fair. On the next slide, I have created a Remind account for students specifically who want to create their own science fair club. And these students can be from any district, as I've been working with students from Spring ISD and KD, so all across Houston, to help start their own science fair club at their school. And they're able to join this Remind so we can have maybe a monthly meeting to see how they're doing, and is there any way I can help guide them in the process of their club and help their students. And then we also have the upcoming dates. So on the 11th, so yesterday was actually our very first meeting, and then of course you can see today is the seminar. So this will be updated constantly for new reminders as well, if you want to look at the website. And then of course we have this science fair. So it tells them about the poster design, the science fair project itself, and that there's a writing contest. And it also mentions that it's going to be open to 6th through 12th grade students this year. And I have also included a QR code for them to scan, as well as the Twitter and Facebook for SEF. So going down here, you can see the downloadable documents. So this is the flyer, like I showed in the previous slides. And this can be updated to what your school looks like. So I put my logo for the school, but if you are at a different school, you can update it to how you want it to be. And then here we have a project timeline. So this project timeline is very important. So it will help your members go step by step so they don't get so overwhelmed in the science fair process. As many of us know that have done science fair and the teachers that have helped mentored, it can get pretty overwhelming for the students at points. So this just going step by step of what they need to do will help break it down for them and not feel so overwhelmed if it is their first year. And we can go back and we have the science fair bylaws. Now these bylaws are, of course, are the set rules that I have for my club personally. If y'all want to change it for your club at your school, that's totally fine. There is no fee for the club at Travis. I have made it totally free. And then, like I said, it can vary. So if you want a vice president and then just a secretary, that you can do that for your club. So it's all based on what you want to do, and these rules can be modified. So I will stop sharing my screen now, and I will post the website in the chat, and if you have any questions, I'm open to answer them.
Thank you so much, Emma, for providing that great presentation along with Jay and Nail. And so I think now is the time that we can open the conversation up to the teachers and any of the students that are currently here, because we have these three phenomenal individuals who have done such a wonderful job in their high school careers to be able to help the rest of their fellow classmates. So do we have any questions? Well, let me go back, if I could, to what I asked previously before Emma was able to start, and thinking about how could you, Jay, Nail, and Emma, provide some information for the teachers. You know, how did you get started? How did you come up with this idea? What type of support did you?
So I guess I can start. So starting off with the club, as when I was going into high school, it was very hard because I was always doing science fair from 7th grade. You know, they did skip 6th grade, but I started science fair in 4th grade and went on, and then that 6th grade hit and there was that break, and I wanted to do science fair so badly, and I knew that, you know, kids weren't getting that opportunity as well. And then as 7th grade hit, I was able to continue, not knowing that when I got into high school, they cut that off completely. And so wanting to do science fair and knowing that there are other students out there that love science fair and the academic part of it, I wanted to create a club. So I contacted Dr. Domion, and another Vadia wanted to do the same thing. So we collaborated to create this under the umbrella of the STEM Center. And so I went to my teacher at my school, Mr. Heinmark, and he was full support because he was the main contact for science fair in a way, because they had science fair probably 5 years before I got there, and then no one wanted to do it again. So he was full on support about that. And then to get the process going, I had to email the principal to get the documentation, and then the principal emailed it to my teacher, and then the teacher gave it to me to fill out. And what that included was the name of your club, what members do you have, is there a fee, just main things like that, just to get the club started. And it took a few weeks, and I wasn't able to start it until sophomore year because it took so long, and then I had to keep reminding them, and then they just forgot. So it will be a process, but in that worthwhile, it will be worth it.
Yeah, so just like Emma, I believe I speak for like both Nal and myself that in elementary and middle school, there's a lot of there's a pre-structured format to science fair. Like teachers coordinate it, they tell you everything, what you're supposed to do. And yeah, so Nyla and I, along with Abhinav, we shared that experience all throughout like middle school and some of elementary school. And we had gotten accustomed to having like a checklist that teachers gave us. Okay, you got to turn this stuff in by this date and everything like that. But when we came to high school, it was like we were plunged into chaos when it came to science fair. Our science fair club, we actually already had somebody do the documentation for the club in the past. But when we came, it was a really small program, especially compared to some of the other programs at our school, like Science Bowl and other competitions like that. So like once the leadership, like once he graduated, we had one founder. It was really just up to us to try to build up the program from scratch, because we had to get membership, we had to find a new sponsor and everything. And we thought, how much harder would it be if you didn't even have anybody who started the science fair program? Like for Emma, she had to go through like finding the documentation and a sponsor and everything from the ground up as well. So we sort of built up the program, and we had like a lot of state qualifiers and a few international qualifiers, and it was really rewarding to see how we made a program go from like 5 to 10 members max to like over 50 or 60 right now, who are all like really trying to get started with research. And Niall and I, we wanted to, and Abhinav, of course, he's not here, but we really wanted to mirror the same process at other schools, try to help other schools get started. And yeah, it's really the same mission for like Science for Scholars, emerging innovators, and all of us. Niall, you got anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say another thing that I wanted to touch on real quick was some teachers may be thinking that even if they're willing to go through the process of starting a club themselves without a founder per se, the main problem can be how to get students to join. And I think one way to do that is if maybe you teach at a school where science is not maybe a focus, or it's not a favorite amongst the students, it's often helpful to provide incentives even for students to participate. And at first, this might seem like counterproductive because you're pretty much offering something for the students to just do the work that they would usually be passionate to do themselves. But a little bit of incentive can go a long way, because in the beginning, a lot of students may not be incentivized by the same things. So for example, a fourth grader who may grow up in an environment where competing in science fairs is just like natural, that incentive is pretty much just fitting in and following suit in their older peers. But in another environment, that incentive might have to look like extra credit in their science class, or maybe additional awarding to further motivate them and tell them that they're going on the right path. So I think even if teachers need to maybe provide 10, 15 points of extra credit for a whole year's worth of participation in science fairs, it might, 15 points, 10 points, it might affect their grade by a few points, but in the long run, I believe that even if it might not seem warranted at first, I think if it helps them start a life or even career in science, I think it's worth it. So try to maybe encourage students as much as possible, because we know that if it weren't for a few teachers in our lives, we wouldn't be here either.
Those are great points. Thank you so much, Now. Appreciate that. Then
Thank you.
I kind of piggyback off of that, if I could, and ask you, by providing points, and so students of your age, of high school age, what will really help market your particular type of club? And this goes to all three of you. What is that type of incentive? Yes, we have points, but okay, anything else that you could provide teachers with ideas?
Right. So oh, sorry, Jay. You can go, but one thing I wanted to add real quick was a lot of students who are maybe in their sophomore or junior years of high school, they're really starting to think about colleges, college applications, and a lot of students who are very strong academically may have amazing grades, amazing test scores, even amazing extracurricular activities. But one thing that they're really missing out on, unless they have a very strong extracurricular from elsewhere, is some of their accolades or awards, or even some extracurriculars in that sense. And we have seen a few students tell us that they will want to participate just for that alone. And so that's a great incentive to get them started. Do we believe that that should be the only reason they participate? Of course not. But one thing we do believe is that that can be the bait. And then once they participate, maybe 1 year, the next year, we have seen that students who participate solely for that reason have found the, the better side of it and participate just for the fun of it. For example, like if we have seen one sophomore or junior participate because they wanted to show that they are interested in science, and they did that by participating in science fairs, hoping to win some awards. But they actually went on to participate as a senior as well. So what that goes to show is that originally they may have joined for to show their interest in science to colleges, but at the end of the day, they did find a sort of fun side of science fair and decided to continue that throughout the rest of their careers. And so we thought that was very, it went to show that participating once through whatever means of incentives can go a long way.
Yeah, I don't really have much else to add to that. I thought that was great. I just wanted to give the stage to Emma now, because she has a lot of cool stuff on her site to attract high schoolers from what I saw.
Well, you all do, but thank you.
So what I tell my friends and then everyone in the school is, first of all, so we're high schoolers, and what they're mainly focused on is getting to college and where's the money and where's the scholarships. That's what they're focused on, in all honesty. So when I do tell them, I'm like, hey, you can participate in the science fair. You may have a chance of getting an internship or a scholarship or even competing at the international fair, which can bring you so many opportunities for your career and scholarship help. It really interests them because, first of all, when they're getting into that senior year, it's crunch time to apply for those colleges and find those scholarships so later on you don't have that student debt. And so what I tell them is that I'm like, hey, there is this great opportunity. I know it may be stressful at first, but it is worth it in the end because you can put it on your resume. And as I've heard many times before, if you're looking at 2 resumes in your college and one doesn't have science fair and all the internships and all that on it, but then you have another one that does have science fair on it, they're going to more be likely to take the one with science fair because they know you have more opportunities and skills than that other person, an applicant. And I do see a question in the comments about if it is tough to find members if they weren't involved in elementary and middle school. And in all honesty, it is, because they don't know about it. They're either more likely into sports or other clubs, but when you tell them all the benefits and how it can help them, even if they're in sports, they're still going to be intrigued because they know they can get all of those opportunities. And so, in all honesty, it is hard, but what I do is I have been talking to a few of my teachers when we were in school. I'll swing flyers around the school. And then a new option is the parent newsletters that the school sends out. And then also there's, for Travis, we have TRAV TV on Fridays, an advisory. And so you can put your club at the ending of that video. And so those are great options to promote your club and get people intrigued without having to go talk to them, because talking to them, they may be like, yeah, whatever, right. But if they have to watch it in a way, it will be a great way to get that information to them.
Yeah, so one thing I wanted to add onto the response to Mr. Doyle's question, I guess in the spirit of science fair, I do have some data here that we can look at. So from our membership form or our interest form for emerging innovators, and I'm sure the same pattern fits with Emma's thing as well. Well, for emerging innovators, almost over half of our students who are interested are high schoolers, and almost 2/3 actually are completely new to science fair and research. So it shows that some of the incentives that were, I guess the carrots that we're dangling to attract them into science fair, a lot of those are proving effective. So yeah, like Emma said and like Niall said, a really strong motivator for high school students is just the premise of awards and scholarships and internships being offered. And I have to say that personally, science fair has been a really big gateway into all of that stuff. If I hadn't found science fair, I never would have participated in a lot of the research stuff that I've done. And yeah, I think the main thing is to just reel them in using the promise of like all these accolades, and then they eventually end up finding their own way and developing a really big passion for science fair. Wow, Niall has sent a very long and helpful message in the chat.
Yeah, sorry for the spiel, but it was pretty similar in nature to what Jay said. I think any form of encouragement from teachers can pretty much go a long way. It's just something about someone who's seen you grow from the beginning. If they personally come out to reach to you, and when they do that, it shows that the teacher has seen you grow enough to the point where they believe that you can accomplish something great. And a few words in that respect can instill a certain sense of confidence in a student. And I think this, and along with a few of the other things we spoke of earlier, together can pretty much motivate a student to go from, not interested at all to even maybe winning some of these competitions, though that's not the main focus of it. I think the main focus is should be to get a few students interested, and then it'll spread by diffusion to their peers. So it's really the first few students that's hardest to get. And then after that, it usually spreads a little bit easier.
What wonderful words of wisdom they speak. Would you agree? And so thinking about your clubs and your nonprofit that you've created as well, how do you foresee being able to, once you graduate, because you're all seniors, correct?
Right.
Can't believe I'm saying that because I've seen y'all from the very beginning. But once you graduate, how will you help those students, those particular students that are coming up in those age levels to continue to participate? How will you be able to leave your legacy, I guess?
So one idea is to, as we reach out to students this year, we could open it up for students who are younger than us to take over. So that's one idea, because one thing I like about that is that as we help students, we might not be doing the best job we could be doing. And so when students get mentored by us personally, they know what we did right and what we did wrong. And so when they take over, they know exactly what to fix, what to tweak, and what they would have liked to see when they were being helped by us. And that's helping them to like better improve not only our program, but our outreach. And another thing that's really good about that outlook on, leaving our legacy would be to, because those students were helped by us in the first place, that usually instills a sense of like gratitude. As for example, when Jay Abhinav and I were helped when we were in middle school by some of our high school peers, we definitely felt really like touched, because they took time out of their busy lives to care about, even if it was a few hours. We didn't really we couldn't have ever imagined like a few high schoolers just like coming every week, or even if it's every month. Like, well, we didn't really see why they would do that if it just wasn't for the kindness of their hearts. And so that really instilled a sense of, we want to do the same thing for our students who are younger than us. And so we hope that that definitely diffuses onto students who are younger than us. And so that, along with what we mentioned earlier, I think would be the most promising way to pass down this nonprofit organization, because I think as the years go by, the students get more and more motivated to spread the thing that someone brought to their lives, because that's pretty much what happened to us.
Yeah, and just to tack on a little, this may not apply to like most high school clubs, because I'm guessing that the people here are like maybe thinking about like leadership for high school clubs, like what students they want to lead and how they're going to continue the program. But for a nonprofit, it's like passing the torch isn't really as much of a linear kind of thing, because there may not be already an established leadership structure in place besides the founders. So yeah, I mean, we have to seek out like interested students through other programs, like non-conventional ways, like seeing who we mentor and like seeing who we want to lead and stuff like that.
So I can definitely agree with Jay and Neil, but for me as well is, of course, finding the next person to take on that part at Travis. I also want to continue this while I'm in college, because I am looking to be in the education field, wanting to be an elementary science teacher. And so helping and giving back to the other students that are still in high school and creating their own club is something that I really want to continue. And so for me, it's going to be trying to reach out to those students to see how I can help them and if they're interested in starting their own club. So that is something that is like really stuck with me until I am a teacher, is because it's going to be a main part of my life. I know that for sure. And just passing that torch at Travis, knowing that I have helped students at Travis, that's going to be my legacy there. But my overall legacy, I want to be known to help other students in Katy and Spring and Clear Creek to help start their own club.
Thank you so much, everybody. So Emma, you're saying you want to be that science teacher. And so Jay, what is your aspiration?
Yeah, sorry, I had trouble unmuting. But yeah, so I'm planning to major in biomedical engineering in college and then go into medicine in the future. And hopefully I can help with like engineering for medical devices and stuff like that. But I want to be a doctor primarily.
Excellent. Neil?
I'm hoping to major in either mathematics or physics and then go on to fulfill some tenure route. And so I do want to also become a professor of some sort, or at least incorporate some form of teaching in my later academic career.
Excellent. So as you see, we have a wide variety of STEM opportunities and careers. So if I could do so boldly, say that I would presume that your experience in the science fair realm has been able to help foster your appreciation for the STEM bridge route to the workforce of what you eventually want to do. And I know that looking at all of your different types of science fair projects over the years, I think that's a very key. And so as a teacher, I'm trying to also put on the teacher's hat here too. I might ask, and please all three of you chime into this conversation, that if I'm a teacher who's interested in starting a middle school club or high school club for science fair, what is the need from me as that teacher? How many times would you need for me to be there as that sponsor? Because as that sponsor, that would be my responsibility to set up meeting times for you to have discussions and to kind of guide your direction. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so with the club, I know that at Travis, our club starts out meeting like hopefully once a week. I'm trying to get in contact with my sponsor right now. And so what we do is we start once a week. We usually choose Wednesdays because it is the middle of the week. That way it's not at the end and it's not at the beginning. And then with being the teacher, I would say being there, but since it is a student-led, we just need your support to be there. If we have questions to maybe use your lab or research, that is something that is definitely like prevalent for doing science fair. But as the club gets on more and more, we may have more time apart depending on how much this time student needs. So it has to be really flexible. Just because it's looking at, all right, so if this project's going to take 5 weeks for you to do the research, then we'll meet on that 6th week to discuss what you have found. So it really depends on how like the students are doing to set up the meetings. but as well as with science here, of course, that we need that support, but just the support of being there to answer any of our questions that we may also have about how we can do like the science experiments in a lab at the school.
Yeah, so I agree with Emma a lot on this one. It mainly like it really depends on a few factors. The first factor I would say is obviously how much experience the students and the school in general have with science fair. Like if it's a long running program, I'm sure that the students can handle a lot of the leadership themselves. Like it's sort of self-contained, and the sponsor just has to be there for like chaperoning during you like going to science fairs and stuff. But if it is like starting up a program, I'm sure that the teacher has to be very more hands-on for a year or two until the students can step up to the task. And I'm sure Niall has something to add, but I just wanted to address one thing in the chat, or a question in the chat from Mrs. Herbig. So how do we plan to reach out to other high schools? So the one strategy that emerging innovators used is that we reached out to a bunch of science fairs from Texas and California, because those are like the largest population science fairs usually. And we just emailed them describing our mission and what our organization is, and we asked if they could send it out to their students. And that mainly applies for students who are already interested in science fair and just want a little more help. So it's not really a good way of recruiting completely new people who have no experience, except it is a good way to get more high schoolers. That was for our organization in particular. And yeah, I'm sorry I sort of interrupted it. So I don't know if Niall or Emma have anything to add to the
Yeah, I was just gonna add on that. Of course, emailing them. I know that since I've been under the umbrella of the STEM Center, I was been able to reach out to Dr. Demyan and to see if we could send out that like blast email almost of, hey, are you interested in starting your own science fair club? If you are, contact us and I'll get back to you and we can start that whole meeting like we had yesterday.
No.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to add about, starting students on early on, like with middle schools, maybe teachers could start a club, is that what we found was the most effective way to have the most kids, participate or get passionate about science fairs is making it a little bit more structured, especially with younger students. For example, if maybe you have a unit or two that's free in the curriculum that maybe you could be teaching a specific topic on that's not in the curriculum that you're given to, teach to the students. Maybe you could incorporate that as just a all-encompassing science fair unit. And that's pretty much what we had. We had throughout the sixth grade for sure, we did have a unit where all we had to do was work on our science fair projects, and we could do this with a team. And what this does is that in middle school, a lot of the times students are looking to make new friends, and that the group partner aspect of science fairs definitely helps with that, as it did with us. And another thing that helps with making science fair a part of the curriculum in your science classes in middle school is that because it is more structured, students feel like take it more seriously instead of having to do it on their own time, because a lot of times, pretty much all the time, 12, 13, or even 14-year-olds aren't necessarily trained to have their homework and school life balanced out yet. And so what having the structure does is it gives them a timeline of what to work on and when. And so this really helps them know how to plan it out throughout the year. And then once they've learned it in sixth grade, they know how to extrapolate it in future years. And so that's really what helped with us.
Yeah, if I can just add to what just Neil said, having that structure is very important, especially the timeline, like you were saying, because like I said earlier, it can get overwhelming, and especially since they're just trying to learn of how to organize schoolwork and now science fair on top of that, and maybe any extracurriculars they have. It is important to have that timeline so they have a set date of when everything's due to be planned out and have more or less be very strict in a way where they can follow it easier.
Thank you so much, Jay, Nell, and Emma, for being here and showcasing your phenomenal growth and sharing your expertise of how well you grew up to be that leader as you currently are. I am just super excited to see where you will be with your aspirations, of course, and hoping that this is the best year yet, even though we're in a COVID environment with research. And I know that it's some challenges even beyond that of trying to market your particular nonprofit, and also, Emma, with your science fair club at your schools. However, we have to stay maintained with our like-minded peers together and support one another, and that's what the key is. And I think that's what Jay and Nell and Emma are talking about, is the ability to have this cohesive group of support of alumni moving forward, because this network is very crucial. And as educators, it's important to be able to invest and dedicate that time and investment of brilliance into these young people, as you see that are having this conversation with us now. So I want to thank you so much. I'd like to give Emma, Jay, and Nell just a last words of wisdom that you'd like to provide the audience here before we close.
Not really wisdom, but I just really wanted to thank everyone for coming and their interest in like starting a science fair program, because that's really the same mission that we have.
Yeah, same here. The fact that all of you are here listening to us speak shows your passion to spread the science fair clubs to your schools, and that's the best motivation you can have. And also, thanks for having us, and thanks everyone for coming out.
Yeah, and I would just like to say, continue to support your students no matter what. When they come to you and say, I give up, I don't want to do it anymore, just encourage them to continue going on, because in the end, it is totally worth it. They're going to love the end results. No matter how tough it gets, just don't give up. And starting that club will be the first step to changing lives of many high schoolers and middle schoolers.
Fantastic. So thank you so much again. I appreciate your participation. We're going to close this session, and then we will start in about 10 minutes. Actually about now, to have our closing remarks. So I'm going to go ahead and stop recording, and then we'll have everyone come on in. So thank you, Emma, Jay, and Nell, for your time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
See you guys next year, hopefully.
Yes. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for participating in our 7th annual Science and Engineering Fair of Houston conference and seminar. We hope that you were able to glean some wonderful information regarding how we are going to proceed to support your students in 2021 in this virtual platform that we have, and that your sessions were able to give you that much more of tools within your tool belt as we continue on this journey. One thing I would like to also add for your information is we talked about, of course, our regional fair ISEF, as well as for that of TechSEF for the state fair. But knowing that the Regeneron, if you've not heard already, is going to be virtual. And so with that being said, we still do not yet know the date, but this virtual world will provide students the opportunity to learn how to present in a different manner, hopefully more fluently as well, to be able to get their points across in their scientific endeavors overall. And I want to thank once again the Science Fair Board of Directors, and I believe Paul is here. Hi, Paul. Thank you so much. As well as we have Dr. Rondoon. Is Dr. Rondoon here with us?
Yes, I'm right here.
There you are. Okay. And thank you so much for our co-chair judges. And we have Andrew Caprell. And also we have Jay Levy. And thank you for all of our session speakers that participated to be able to share this information that's dynamic and well needed overall. I want to share, ask Dr. Rondon, if you could, do you have a few words to share?
No, I think we've discussed it ad nauseum in my sessions, right, or the sessions that I was co-hosting. Is this is going to be a very, very, very unique year. It's going to be a very unique fair. I understand that there are a lot of considerations that need to be made, and I thank you all for persevering through the challenges and for being a part of Science and Engineering Fair, where you guys could have easily just said, you know what, we have a lot to do for our school that we need to do as teachers. So just thank you so much for staying with us and for giving your students that opportunity to continue to do that, scientific research, and for continuing to support their endeavors. I mean, we've had a few student panels this afternoon. I see Emma's still here, Niall is here, Jay is still here. So, people always ask, well, why do you continue to do what you do? Well, I do it for these students, right? Giving them the opportunity to continue to explore their interests, right? And that's what you all do day in and day out with your students. So thank you so much for doing everything that you guys do. Without you guys, none of what we do here, it would be made possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ronduin. Paul Lutz, I know I'm going to put you on the spot, but would you like to say something on behalf of the board, please?
Well, okay, so you're going to put me on the spot then. Okay, I was really hoping to get out of this. So yes, on behalf of the board, we certainly want to thank everybody for all of the efforts that you're putting in the previous session for Judging Matters. I was saying and reminding everybody again, we already know that this is not going to be a perfect process, but just like a science fair project, right? We're hoping to be able to go through this and have a positive experience for all of the students, and we will learn from our mistakes, right? We all will. But that having been said, again, we're just trying to remember, to continue your efforts. We're trying to give the students the benefit of this experience, even though we're not really going to be able to meet face to face, right? Somebody was asking about, the anxiety of trying to get everything in, everything turned in and all that stuff. We know it's going to be tough, and if we could change it, we would. But guys, this is where we're at, so we're going to do the best with what we have. Okay. So thank you to you guys, every one of you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate that. And just to let you know that we will be providing an email response to you fairly soon with your certificate of attendance for your professional development hours. And that will be in along with a survey for you to please fill out just to give us some feedback. We know that we're working with technology despite, and we all have our mishaps, but we just want to be able to grow so that way we can be better and more efficient for you as well. And we will be working, of course, on our recording of the sessions, so that way you have those accessible and to be able to refer back to, because I know that in a long duration of this type of conference, sometimes we might forget some things, and this is why we want to be able to make sure that you have that resource at your fingertips. But thank you so much. Please continue to reach out to one another. Hopefully you're able to maybe exchange and network. That's very key, especially in this world that we're living in, as we support our students that are here, as well as those who are currently doing their other types of extracurricular activities, instruction in school. So with that being said, this will close the end of our 7th annual conference. And we wish you adieu, and we will hope to be able to be in contact with you fairly soon, as we are looking to host at least bi-monthly a couple of meetings for both Scienteer and any other particular resource questions and answers that may need as we move forward in this science fair season. So once again, thank you, and be safe, take care, and keep your masks on.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.